You are listening to Unscripted Moments, a podcast about Propagandhi. On this episode, I am delighted to re-release my complete collection with John Paul Peters, Jason Livermore, and Ryan Greene about recording, mixing, and mastering Propagandhi records. I realize this isn't the complete view of who has recorded, mixed, and mastered Propagandhi albums, but between Ryan, Jason, and JP, some or all of the process of Less Talk, More Rock, Today's Empires, Tomorrow's Ashes, Potemkin City Limits, Supporting Caste, Failed States, Victory Lap, and At Peace are represented among these three people. On this deluxe episode, you will hear 5 interviews. John Paul Peters' first interview appeared on episode 27 about Negretto on November 18th, 2020. Jason Livermore's first interview appeared on May 19th, 2021. Ryan Greene's episode was released on September 11th, 2023. John Paul Peters and Jason Livermore's respective second appearances both appeared on the Making of At Peace episode on May 2nd, 2025. I left Chris Hanna's section of this episode intact because Chris talks so much about the recording process that he did on At Peace in his own home. As always, thank you so much for listening to what we've been doing here for the past 5 years. As always, it means a lot. John Paul Peters, welcome to Unscripted Moments, a podcast about Propagandhi.
Hey there, good to be here.
Well, first of all, JP, congratulations on winning Producer of the Year at the Western Canadian Music Awards yesterday. How do you feel about that?
Shocked, honestly. These things are, I feel that they're a bit of a popularity contest, and I definitely am not the kind of person to say, in grade 6, go to door to door and sell chocolates. I'm not your guy. And, get my friends to vote for me. I'm not your guy. So however it worked out, I don't know how it worked out, but I'm amused and kind of chuffed in the process.
Awesome. That's great. Well, you are clearly going to be most well known among the listeners of this show as the producer of Propagandhi's Failed States and Victory Lap, but you've also done great work by a bunch of bands, Mobina Galore, Cancer Bats, Comeback Kid, David from Propagandhi's newer band, Agassi. I'm curious about your path into audio engineering, producing, recording. What was your musical trajectory like growing up?
Yeah, I would say, I grew up playing, actually, violin was my first instrument. I took Suzuki violin, which was an ear-trained violin method. My mom gave me the option of violin or piano, and I pushed pretty hard. And then I was a teenager. I wanted to, at a certain point, rock out. And once I discovered metal and rock, I wanted to grab a guitar. So got my first guitar, started to learn that, kind of kiboshed the violin thing, which I've now been resurrecting.
Wonderful.
It's like, man, God, I can still play this thing. I was, probably 8-9 years in at the time. So I did put a lot of work in. But anyways, transitioned to guitar. And that I just did all on my own. I didn't take lessons. I got a really good deal on an old Les Paul Gold Top that, I played for hours and hours and hours. And then I met some friends and started doing the band thing in the basement. Had no idea of where it would go, but of course I wanted to be in a band and I wanted to play shows. So there wasn't a lot of that in my town at the time. And rock and roll, actually, it was a Mennonite town. A lot of fairly conservative folks, town of about 10,000, and there was not a lot of, there'd be a talent show where people would, do a juggling trick or play piano or something like that. But we were the first kind of got a rock band going on here. I'm going to turn up my amp.
Yeah.
And, a lot of the looks of some of the teachers and stuff, it was comical at the time, but turning that amp up and hearing the resonation, that excited me. So I think I would say that would be my start to music. And then played in a lot of bands that, I guess, starting at about 15, 16 years old, high school bands, but sneaking to Winnipeg, underage, playing the bars, people lying about ages and things like that. Just really like making music and kind of already starting to explore, like, I guess, I guess the punk side of things, my friend Steve, who was my drummer, he was 2 years older, and he was already into all sorts of punk rock and metal, and particularly stuff that had fairly, I guess, global and social concepts. And so our band started to adopt kind of those directions as well, and started to think about things that I'd never really thought about before. Enter Propagandhi being a band that, you know, I saw them at this show. It was called Core Fest in Winnipeg. I think it was called Core Fest 94 or Core Fest 93. It might have even been 1992. And it was this outdoor show, and I saw Propagandhi play, and I immediately was like, there's something different, because everybody else is just playing a show, but they're actually trying to say something. And the juxtaposition of that, what they were trying to say with the music at the time, and they were so passionate about it, and I was like knocked over. And I'm like, that's the kind of music I want to do.
What was the sound of your band before you found Propaganda? Like, what were some of your major influences and the kind of stylistic tendencies that you had within those early bands?
I would say, like, just playing around with grindcore, or just I had played in, you know, some rock and roll kind of cover bands as a teenager, but this was more, I guess, you know, little bits of Metallica-esque kind of influence. Like, there was some metal appreciation, and then just some all-out noisecore kind of stuff going on. Like, just incoherent, you know, we would hit record on a tape deck and play for half an hour and go like, holy shit, that was crazy. And we'd be all sweaty, and man, that sounds bad, but like, it's kind of cool, this part right over here.
Man, that must have been super shocking to the community that you were in.
Yeah, I mean, it was shocking to my parents.
Yeah.
But, you know, in later years, they said, at least we knew that you were in the basement. You know, the dishes were rattling upstairs, and it's like, well, at least we knew where you were. And that meant something to them. And I didn't know that at the time. I thought, you know, when they found our lyric sheets, which would probably have like 6 dozen FUs in, and you know, I'd maybe get a little talking to, or like, oh, maybe you could, you know, clean those up a little bit or something. but to know that deep down they actually were like, you know, just watching me develop, and in not just a critical way.
Nice.
Yeah. So I would say after Prop, like, after seeing and then starting to go to some more punk shows, there was like, I mean, then enter like No Effects and, you know, Tar Jawbox, like our local band Red Fisher, they were playing at the time. So seeing these bands kind of pushing, we started doing kind of a melodic, I would admit to being kind of wannabe Propagandhi approach at that point, because How to Clean Everything was right on the top of my wish list.
Did your early bands, like when you started being influenced by Propagandhi, No Effects, etc., did you do any recording at that age?
Yeah, we started recording probably around 94 or 93. We would get into little basement studios and try recording. And then actually, John Sutton, who played for the Weaker Thans, played bass for the Weaker Thans. And then he was also in a band, oh my God, with Tom. I can't remember them off the top of my head. Female fronted, 3 guys. John played bass in that band as well. Anyways, he would come to Steinbach and like set up a tape deck and record our songs. So it was right around that, right. And when I say tape deck, he would bring out an 8-track tape machine.
Wow.
And we'd hang mics on a cross-country ski from the ceiling and just kind of try to get some sounds together. So, I mean, even before that, I would always have, like, I'd rent a little mixer, 4-channel, 8-channel mixer, and then try to record to a 4-track or a tape deck or something like that. So we were doing that all the time.
Awesome. Well, how did the path go to, like, you know, out of like performing music and then getting into the audio side that you now find yourself in? Like, tell me about a little bit about that transition, perhaps, like the founding of Private Ear Recording, things like that.
So I was in a metal band called Officer Down and a punk band called The Undecided, and we were actually signed to Seattle's Tooth and Nail Records.
Nice.
So we did a bunch of North American touring. So when I was about 21, 22 years old, we were kind of winding that that ship up. But in the process of and then we'd done a couple of recordings with some bigger producers. One of them did the Green Day record. His name is Neil King. He did the engineered the Dookie record. We were like, we got to get this guy. But that's what that it was like a lot of basement recordings. And the reason I say this is like there were these common issues of just couldn't get my tones across. It felt like I love recording. Like I loved every time we went in the studio, you know, it was like, what's it going to sound like today? Like it's going to be there today. We're going to do 3 songs and it's going to sound amazing. Right. And you come out of those recording experiences and very often it's like, how did my guitar tone sound so different than the last time I went in the studio when I'm using exactly the same guitar and exactly the same amplifier and the same speaker cabinet. And I know what my tone is. And it's an old original triple rec with all of the knobs pretty much straight up. You know, maybe a little extra treble added for Officer Down and a little less for the Undecided and a little less gain. Like pretty much no brainer. But what killed me was the engineers in these basement studios, like sometimes it would just work. And I'm like, that sound was amazing. And then we'd go to another studio where they would agonize over mic placement and all this stuff. And it would just be anemic in the end. And so part of those, I think that started this like feeling inside me, like I need to get control over my ability to have things come across the way I want them to sound. And why can't these people do it?
Yeah.
So like, I think that was part of this initial, and then when we worked with Neil King, I mean, my job was to play my guitar on the record and then to go to Vancouver and to sit in on the mix, but only just be his ears. And so I wasn't looking at what he was doing on the SSL board. I wasn't paying attention at that point. My goal was to do the best for the album. But I saw what he was doing and I'm like, this guy has control and he knows what to do. And if he only had like the kind of time he wanted, it would be incredible. And it was good, right? It was good. But he was complaining about having to mix the 12 songs in 3 days, all off tape and synchronizing the ADAT machines and still like get someone to do a little kick replacement and stuff with early Pro Tools versions. And man, like he pulled it off, but he didn't have, I knew that there was so much like ability there. And I think I started to aspire to that. So I started to, when around 2002, started to bring bands into a local basement studio. And this was the same studio that my band had recorded in many times where I was frustrated with the sounds. And so I started to get some kind of apprenticing with this guy and kind of like starting to work on, bringing my own band in, bringing some other bands in, and just to see what would happen. So, and awesome. one of those early bands ended up being Figure 4, which was a hardcore band, and they were going to do a bigger record, and it was actually going to be on Solid State, which is again a Tooth and Nail subsidiary label for metal music. But they were like, well, maybe you can do this record, JP, but we need you to do our side project first to see if you can pull it off. Nice. And so they said, well, this side project is called Comeback Kid.
Oh man.
Yeah. Right. So they had done a demo before and people really loved the demo. And so they had gotten, a $2,500 or $3,000 budget from Face Down Records to do an album. And so that's what I did. And that was my start, was doing kind of that record, like Pretty Darn Green.
Dude, that is insane. Green. So you did the Comeback Kid record, but now you're sitting in your studio right now, and like I can see around like the studio that you're sitting in. So what is the journey like from that Face Down Records Comeback Kid album in that basement studio to the space that you now work in, where you record bands like Propagandhi? Okay, so yeah, it would have been working out of this guy's basement studio in a little town called Oakbank, about half an hour out of Winnipeg. That kind of fell apart right in the middle of the Comeback Kid recording. We were done, all the beds, all the guitars, and we were into gang vocals. And well, it's another little conservative town, and it was gang vocal time. So we got 18
guys and girls coming in with 12 packs and whatever. And it wasn't a drinking party, but let's just say everybody was having a few beers and doing gang vocals. And what could be a better time? I'm sure you've had those experiences, right? It's a party.
The best.
But the parents who owned the house didn't like that very much. And, these things hadn't been discussed. Is this allowed? Is it not allowed? So that was the end of that. So I was into my basement, bought a cheap computer and bought, Pro Tools 001 and tried to mix it in my basement. And that was a gong show, crashing 15 times a day and whatever. But so it was starting in my basement. And then I applied for a business start program and I got a $20,000 loan. And I bought some speakers and I bought some microphones and a few preamps. And then I started going into local studios to record the bed sessions. And then I would bring them home and basically just built up a little home studio setup. So that would have been in 2003.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So then it was working out of the basement.
Nice. Well, where are you now? Because you're in a huge space now.
Yeah. So it went from the basement to, I met a guy who had a property and he had a little cabin on the property that was falling apart. And we did a little bit of work on it. And we had a small cabin studio where bands would stay over. Again, I would bring my equipment in. He had a little bit of equipment. So that was my second studio environment. And after that, then came this place in 2007. Yeah, 2007. So this is a 3,000 square foot space. I partnered up with another former studio owner in Winnipeg who had a lot of gear in storage at the time. And they had lost their lease. And I said, hey, look, I want to get on board. I want a space where we've got more room and more equipment. And, I would go with a smaller suite and then use the bigger suite when needed. And then the commercial suite would be for your projects or other projects to rent and stuff like that, which is very interesting because that's actually right on the cusp of kind of the death of a lot of rentals for bigger studios, right? Because as Pro Tools became, and other recording softwares, Logic and stuff, just became more accessible to people to do their own recordings at home, a lot of the market for the mid-level stuff was kind of drying up. So when we started this place, we were actually not even renting it that much. Nice. So that's a whole nother thing. But yeah, so Private Ear Recording was the name of my partner's existing business. And then we amalgamated it. And then that's where I guess I still am right now.
Awesome.
Couple different partners in between. And now it's my wife. Now it's Vanessa and me are the business partners.
Well, shout out to Vanessa as well, who helped me get in contact with you to set up this fantastic conversation. So hi, Vanessa. So your name started getting on my radar whenever Failed States came out, because I always flip through the booklets of albums that come out. And, over the years in interviews and on Chris's podcast that he's done, he speaks very, very highly of working with you. And he's done several different projects with you at this point. And I'm curious, how you got in touch with them and got on their radar as being a possible partner that they could work with, because, they've worked with a lot of people. They've worked with Don O'Cameron, they've worked with Jason Livermore and Bill Stevenson, and now they work predominantly with you. And I'm curious how that relationship developed into the fantastic professional collaborations that you all have done since.
Well, thank you. I mean, I really appreciate those words. I'll say I would never have dreamed of working with them as a band. I would never have approached them and said, hey, Chris, stay in Winnipeg and do a record. I'm just not that kind of guy.
Yeah.
And I would have thought, even though I was developing my career and stuff, I sell myself short to myself. And it wouldn't occur to me because they've been so far, right? Blasting Room and LA and it just wouldn't have occurred to me. And it was actually Chris that contacted me. And we had a somewhat brief meeting where he said, look, we're interested in, we've heard some of the stuff you've done. And what I remember specifically him saying was, it's not so much that it's less about whether you can make a record with us, because we know you can, but can you handle our band dynamics? And my thought was almost of course I can. Because for me, that I feel like I'm not a psychologist, but I'm definitely an empathist. I don't know if that's a word. I empathize with people and I can listen, and I'm cool to work on things the way people want to work on things. So that was a big part, and I didn't know what this meant at that point, and that would develop over time, because I'm like, well, what are these band dynamics, and like, how crazy can it be?
Well, now you've got me intrigued about the band dynamics, but something that I have a preface to this question. So I was listening to an interview the other day that this is jumping out at me right now. There was an interview I listened to with Tim McElrath from Rise Against, and he was talking about his relationship with Bill Stevenson, who has produced like 7 Rise Against records at this point. So McElrath called Bill, quote, the Rise Against whisperer, which, sort of connects with me to what you just said. So Bill has these strategies that he leans on when working with the dynamics of a band like Rise Against. And he has these things that he does when he realizes an artist isn't giving like their best performance in the studio. For example, if Tim isn't doing a great job on something, or if Tim isn't comfortable, Bill will say, "Oh, my computer crashed, Tim. I need 10 minutes to get this thing sorted out." Even though, it's a joke, like that's not really happening. But, he gives Tim time as like the artist to get his head screwed on so he can give a better performance. So, these dynamics, would you say that like you're sort of like the Propagandhi whisperer, or like, do you have any strategies that you lean on to work in these band dynamics that you're referring to?
Yeah, I don't know if I could take credit for being a whisperer. I think the main thing was in some previous experiences, and I won't go like into any specific details, but there were situations where some of the band members had not, things were done on there was a schedule, right? And I'm going to say Todd is just such a fantastic, artistic, intelligent, creative, amazing person. And I'll say that Todd had in the past had experiences in the studio that were crippling experiences. You could almost describe it to kind of a PTSD response when going into the studio to record. He couldn't play bass the way he could play live, and he would be extremely stressed. And just there would be a lot of frustrations, with the time of the, we only have this, we've got this time, Todd's got 3 days, let's get this done, like, let's get this done now. And given the previous experiences of, well, here's your time frames, and you're away from Winnipeg for this amount of time, this gets done, things just weren't working. And they weren't I don't feel like it's really anybody's fault, like out externally, but for them, they were like, we've got to give Todd like time to like, because he wants to get it right. And he's, for him to be like, when I see Todd live, I see 110% full gas.
Absolutely.
Right. And I would just assume that, like, because when I'm in the studio, I'm 110% full gas.
Yeah.
Right. Like, I want to do that guitar lick again. I want to do it again. I want to do it better. But there's people's responses to the studio are so varied that it can actually be a horrible experience. And so that was part of our discussion, was just like, how do we make this a situation where Todd can like, can do his best and be happy with what he's done. Right. And be confident and like I can do this, and I did it. And I love this because I feel like I was involved, right? I've not involved because he was always involved, but like he felt he needed to feel like he could just conquer it. And it wasn't the parts. He's meticulous about writing his parts.
Yeah.
And learning, learning all the notes, and it's complicated. There's a lot of really complicated parts,
Yeah, well, and I'm thinking about me being in the studio with one of my past bands. I had a band that I played drums, did rhythm guitars, and sang half of the material. And we went in to make an EP, and we had a weekend.
Yeah.
And, I am not a great guitar player, but I had to get it right. And so you would just start sweating at the top of my head. You know what I mean? And I like the hand would get super wet on the neck of the guitar, and it just comes out and manifests in ways that just feels totally different than when you're just like jacking around in your bedroom rehearsing with your friends. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. You're nailing it. That's it. And then now put that over a couple of experiences. And so now when the idea is like, okay, we're getting ready to do a record, it's like, it's not the right feeling. Yeah. And it should be, when you're conquering, like when you're playing drums and you're on it and you're just nailing it and it feels so right. How frustrating it is to have a situation where, well, I know I did this and I know I've mastered this, but now I can't relate it.
Yeah.
So,
oh man, that's so interesting. Do you have any like examples with regards to working with like Sue Lynn or David or Jordy or Chris, where you've like, been able to figure out a way to work with them to push them farther than they realized that they could go in the moment?
I'm going to keep coming back to the word time. I feel like they're all dedicated enough to really push through it. For Jord, it's just, giving slight bits of suggestion, right? And but I don't have to tell him, I think you're recycling this fill. Because if you pay attention to Jord's fills, and probably even more than I pay attention, he doesn't recycle his fills. Like when I think of recycled fills, and no offense intended, but if I listen to No Effects, right?
Right. Yep.
Okay, that's a sound, right? And it's cool, whatever. But Jord doesn't write music like that. They write music that moves it's almost like following the contours of land. You don't just keep going up the same hill. You follow the hills around and now you're in the valley. And that's, I think, what really draws their songs in. It's one of the many things that gives them longevity, is that they write their songs like they're going somewhere. They're not just verse, chorus, up and down the same hill. So what Jord will have, if he feels like he's recycling a fill, he's the one that's the most pissed off at himself.
Nice.
And my job is, we just got to like clear the ship, get out of here for like, let him have his hour. And I'm not saying there was a lot of these, but there were some that he was done. He was like, I cannot think of a fill for this, and I will not play anything until it's something new. They're that dedicated to it. And like, man, do I ever appreciate that. Probably more dedicated to it than I would be, because at the end of the day, I want them to be happy with what they're doing. And if Jord said, well, I'm going to do this fill twice, I would say, well, okay, like potentially, right? Like I might say no, but he's going to be harder on himself from that perspective. So again, Jord just needs time, and he needs to feel like he needs time to get in the zone. I mean, everybody like people just need to be spoken to with respect. And I'm not the kind of like, let's light a fire and criticize and rip down. That's not how I roll. I try to build people up. Sometimes I think I try to build people up unrealistically, but if I feel like a lie is going to get someone, like if I'm like, man, that was awesome, try it one more time and just do this, I might be lying. Like, but I'm not going to do that all the time. I'll be doing that if I think that if I think that they also think it's awesome and they just needed confirmation, we're probably right on the cusp of like really good shit happening.
Amazing. Okay. Well, this is super interesting to me because, I'm curious about the studio process for recording things like Failed States and Victory Lap, these records that are so beloved within my life and within so many other people's lives. And this is like an inside, like you chop down the side of the wall so we can get like the outsider look at these processes. Were there any like major differences or like contrasts between the processes for Failed States when you all hadn't worked together before versus Victory Lap when you were experienced and working with each other?
I think we moved from, I think Failed States was kind of a bit of a rediscovery time for the band. And I know it's so interesting reading the forums and stuff and just seeing how people are like, oh, they went too proggy with this one, or they shouldn't have done this. No, it's a good thing they did that. And that's, I mean, I love that kind of stuff because that means people are engaged, right? But with that record, so in some of the past albums, the drums very quick to get quantized or to get triggered. And that was one of the big discussions. It's like, well, we would really like to do this record with no triggers, because we've just always done that before. We thought we had a sound that we liked, and then it went to mix, and then it came out triggered. And why are they always just layering on other people's drum samples? So one of the goals in Failed States was to do a real drums record and mix. So that's what it is. There's no samples on it. They used words like rollick. They wanted to hear the drums sounding natural, even if that meant less punchy, right? Even if it meant, so it was actually like trying to achieve this aesthetic, which was almost unrealistic, maybe for everybody, and kind of moved in and out of, like it shuddered its way into existence, but we definitely had some constraints based on past experiences that they didn't want to repeat. So we wanted a record where they had enough time to make it. They wanted to do it in Winnipeg. They wanted it to be as natural a process as possible, like to get the parts right, to not layer triggers over the drums, etc. And then by the time we got to Victory Lap, they had kind of explored that element on Failed States. And with Victory Lap, it was much more like, yeah, whatever we need to do, let's rock. So I felt like Victory Lap was more, even though a lot of the, they're building infrastructures, like we need to lay a solid foundation of guitar tone before we're tracking guitars, right? And if that means 2 days to get Chris's tone, then that's what it means. My God, I've never spent actually 2 days on a guitar tone before. My favorite way to do guitar tone is to set up several cabs and throw on a bunch of mics that I think combine nicely and put them through the console and sum them to a bus and hit an LA3A and high pass everything a tiny little bit at 80 or 90 on my console, and then just like pick the favorite, I'm once we've got an amp that we like, right? But it's amazing. I like to get a guitar tone in 30 seconds, but I can take 2 days.
Wow. Oh my God. Okay.
So these infrastructures are still like, they were still involved with Victory Lap.
Sure.
Definitely involved, but there was a little bit more of a relaxation on like, okay, we got over our hurdle. Failed States felt like, to me, it was a bit of once we can clear that peak, now we can move on. And I think Victory Lap had that kind of, and it's in the album title, it's in the coastal imagery. I'm not sure, like, to me, I have my own like kind of impressions that hit me when I think about those processes that we went through, and I feel like they were on kind of a downhill as opposed to an uphill.
So Victory Lap, did it feel better for you as far as the process goes? Was it like less of a struggle? Was it, just more of a natural, organic experience?
I think in some ways, I mean, I really enjoyed Failed States. I was really stressed because I'm like, man, I'm working with Propagandhi for the first time. And I'm coming from this, my background, there's these differences, and I'm like, are we all going to be cool with each other? Like, should I be careful? Like, should I be careful because I respect them so much? Yeah. But I also, there were all these questions. And then with Victory Lap, we had our flow. I won't say that everything was smooth sailing though, but I definitely offended Chris with a vocal comment.
Ooh.
Yeah. And I had felt like his diction was starting to swing and suffer a little bit, and I brought it up, and I think maybe I brought it up a little bit obtusely. and I think that he actually didn't come back to the studio for like 3 days. So he was doing some of his vocal tracking on his own at home and doing some in the studio. But I was like, okay, I crossed the line, and we'll see where that goes.
Yeah. Yeah. Interesting. I wonder if it was, like, was it at the end of a long session? Like, was there like exhaustion involved on both of your parts in that moment?
I mean, we were done guitars, so that would have been at least 3 weeks in.
Okay.
So there would have been, I mean, everybody would be exhausted to a certain extent at that point.
Gotcha.
And I think, everybody's fighting different things. Like, I think Chris, there were definitely, he can still hit a lot of the notes in the range, but as we age, some of those notes become, and he was picking stuff that was vocally like quite difficult, and he wanted exactly a certain tone. So I think he was, and coming from his legacy of being in the band, I mean, he's just better and more picky with himself than he ever was, right?
Yeah.
So and because vocals, more than any other instrument, I believe are an incredibly personal, they're what you are. If you don't like your guitar tone, grab a Strat or grab an SG or something and change it up, but you can't change up your voice.
Yeah.
So if you're frustrated with something in your voice and you get a comment about it, that hits a lot harder.
Mm-hmm.
And it can degrade.
I mean, well, that makes total sense to me. Like, there will be some times when people will listen to this show where you'll hear my voice on a podcast start to get scratchy and weak, and then I'll have to turn away and cough or something like that. Because, I have an acid reflux problem. And, after being a teacher for so many years, I just stand in front of people and talk all the time. And so, the awareness of how I sound is so fascinating now, because there's hundreds of hours of me on recordings doing podcasts for the last like 3.5 years. And the way that we change in our sound is scary, frustrating, makes you kind of like feel like less immortal. You know what I mean? It makes you aware of the passing of time. So I can see where that would be such a huge deal for a performer, or for a songwriter whose voice is so much a part of their very identity and how people associate them in the world. Does that make sense?
Oh, absolutely. And with a regularly touring, heavy music musician or band, right? If they're coming off, like, maybe they sound the best after a 6-month tour, or maybe that 2 months of working on the record really puts you back in your stamina. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
like, there's a lot of sorcery that seems to come to like, at what point are you hitting what you want to hit, especially vocally in the studio.
Yeah. Do you have a favorite Chris Hanna or or Todd Kowalski vocal performance that you have personally engineered and recorded?
Yeah. Definitely with Chris was the first time he said love in a song. And I think it's on Failed States, and I don't remember the song title right now, but it's right near love. That part right there.
Yeah.
And I believe that's the first time that the band had used the word. And it actually was like, kind of like he had to like, oh my God, like, he had to let that word out we had to do it a couple of different times, and it felt like, and then we got past that. But to me, that word, and it was just a low, it was nothing like, I mean, there's many high note moments that were like, oh my God, like, you nailed that performance, right?
Yeah.
But that, when he said love, and actually was like, hey, I accept that performance of that word.
Yeah.
And that was very cool, because the content there really, really started to, for me, I feel like they were starting to transcend their career. Things morph, like our perspective always morph, right? And they change. I hope they do. And for some they become more, they become more catalyzed one way, or more like, people become, start getting into Trump, and then like, just like pushing this, or getting really right, or really ultra religious, or really atheist, or whatever. But like, I was seeing these, like, okay, we've got our values, and now they're looking at things in a different, transcendent, kind of compassionate, like, sad. There was a real sadness that I was starting to feel there.
Yeah.
And I was like, man, I'm part of this. Like, I'm actually just sitting here and listening to these songs being birthed to life. And I'm feeling like I'm pretty much in tears right now.
Yeah, I was thinking about you as, the producer on the record and, doing the recording and sitting back listening to these songs over and over and over. And as the band has gone through their career, they've brought a lot more vulnerability of life, aging, death, etc., into their later and more recent records. And I'm just curious, like, if you ever sit there in the studio, just like overwhelmed by the power of the words that are coming out, where you've got these big picture ideas about life, death, and struggle. I'm curious, like, if that just like emotionally overwhelms you as the producer in the room.
Yeah. Well, I mean, absolutely. I if I wasn't, then I seriously wouldn't be I wouldn't be an empathetic human being. There were points where I was like so emotionally, I still remember, and it doesn't happen like that often. I mean, I do try to get into all my clients' content and kind of understand where they're coming from here. But there was something going on that was just hitting me at a subconscious level of emotion. And I remember end of recording sessions, 11 p.m., 8 p.m. They didn't typically go super late. We were on kind of a work day into the early evening schedule. And that's for families and kids and stuff like that. And just like being able to come back to the studio the next day and be like alive as opposed to dead. But I remember going home after some sessions, just feeling like I'd been part of something that meant something.
Did you see Chris sing the line, "Dad, are we gonna die? Yes, son, both you and I, but maybe not today"? Did you see that performance in the studio, or did he record that at home?
He was in the vocal booth beside me, and I was recording. Yeah, I was recording it, and yep.
Yeah. Okay. Well, whenever I reached out to you, so we talked a lot about Victory Lap, a lot about failed states, a lot about the recording process. And when I reached out to Vanessa, I sent her a list of tunes from songs that we hadn't recorded episodes yet for. And I said, make JP pick a song. And you chose the song Negredo from Victory Lap as the episode that you would like to appear on. And so we got a Todd song here, one of only 2 Todd songs on Victory Lap, interestingly, which Keith and I, my co-hosts, find to be quite fascinating. There's only 2. What is special to you about Negredo that made you want to pick that song for our chat?
Well, I think the reason I wanted to highlight Todd's writing is it's the amount of. So I don't know if you know this. You probably do, and probably the listeners do as well. But Todd is also a visual artist. He's just a phenomenal visual artist, and the amount of detail. I mean, he can do a portrait in 25 minutes, but when he really cares about something, he has a hard time putting out his paintings because he wants to, he really wants to make sure that and he always knows that there's more. And that's such a, there's always something could be improved on, and he treats his music the same way. So Todd, to do those 2 songs was probably as much work as all of the other songs on the album for Todd, for the amount of lyrical attention put into them and his writing process. So I wanted to really just kind of give the kudos to him because, I didn't know him, very well when we started working together. And part of our giving him the time to get to his bass performance, apex vibes. Part of that time was just spent hanging out and chatting about whatever. And we talked a lot about painting, and we talked about skin luminosity. I learned so much stuff.
Nice.
And and once we were done, just kind of getting comfortable, and then I would wait for Todd to pick up a bass. And then he's like, yeah, let's do this. And he would pick up his bass and he would just rip it,
Nice.
And you might think, well, we spent more time like just getting comfortable than tracking. Well, I'd rather do like 4 comfortable takes than do 20 like, oh my God, let's punch in these 2 notes. Can you please get that? When he's comfortable, and then he can play. Anyway, so I wanted to kind of like highlight his the weight that he puts into his music and his songs. So this particular song, I mean, I don't know how detailed you want me to get, but he writes his songs almost like, I don't mean lyrically, but almost like an abstract, almost like a painting, I suppose. So they're built very kind of modularly. They're not, when I write a song, I think like, hey, what's my tempo going to be? And like, let's pick a key, and, and I'm already constrained by the theories that I've learned. And that's why I actually don't like writing songs from scratch. I love adding to songs. I love producing songs. I love taking a lyric. I can write a song to that, but to start, forget it. And I love seeing how different people write so differently. Now, Chris's writing process, he takes all the time in the world to like get things where he wants. Nothing is just off the cuff, right? Nothing is just filler material. But Todd will he'll build the song modularly, and it's almost like he can't parse it out and explain what's happening. So the band starts to learn the track, and then they once they work it through, they'll get to a place where they can actually like play it. They will rough record it in their jam space. And for these last 2 records, what they would do at that point is send me the rough recording. And Jord, Jord being the drummer, he'll try to parse it out. He'll have like, okay, it's about 160 BPM for this part. And then I'm not sure exactly what happens here. And then we get to this part, which is about this tempo, and etc. So I'll bring that in, and I will make sense. I'll try to make sense of it. Like, and I don't say that it doesn't make sense. It just, when we're putting it, they really want to record to a grid, like to a click track. That's important for the band, and that was important for our process. I often record stuff that isn't on grid, but for this band, like, there's a level of clinical perfection that we kind of collectively understood that we needed to achieve, right? Of course, they can play the song live off the floor, and
sure,
and it will happen, right? But so what I would do then is I get the rough, and I try to parse out all of its pieces. And so what I have here is I'm looking at the Negredo like session in Pro Tools, which I dug up out of my archive, and it's 4 minutes and 15 seconds or so. And it looks to me like we've got about 20 to 25 meter changes.
Okay.
So that's changes in bars. So going 4/4 and then 9/4. I see 3/4, 6/4, 11/4. I mean, a lot of this stuff you could just have single clicks going through, but to really understand the parts and kind of build like consistency in the parts, we break it down into bars. So we got 7/4, 6/4, 4/4. And then we've got like individual 1-beat bars that have different kinds of timings for different types of pauses and things like that. We also see like how many different tempos. We go from 161 beats per minute, 208. We go to 200, 76, 190, 114, 148, 146, 144. Small changes. 84. Okay, that's going to be like a little kind of pause or break between sections. We go to 142. We end at 152, and then there's a slow kind of incremental speed up at the very end. So what do all these things accomplish? Like, what blows my mind is when I listen to it, I am not thinking, here's a bunch of tempo changes, here's a bunch of meter changes. I'm listening to the song.
Yeah.
And across Victory, like let's take Victory Lap, for example, like across the album, I mean, there's hundreds of tempo changes, but what impresses me about the band is it just feels right.
Yeah.
Right. So in order to make it feel right and not fuck it up, when we're building the framework that the plan, right, the blueprint that the session is going to follow, it's getting these things parsed out correctly and not trying to fit them into time. Like, I don't care what it takes. I'm going to figure out whether, like, even if it's 2 beats and they have to slow down in a like in a decreased curve, like logarithmically, like whatever it is, we're going to figure it out. So I would bring the ref recording in, and then I would put it into elastic time. And what elastic time is in Pro Tools, it's the ability to kind of change the speed and tempo of things in order to line it up or change it or line it up with the grid without changing the pitch of it. So I would use elastic time to, once I had a section, I'm like, this is a verse. There's 12 bars of like this tempo and this, and then I would be able to kind of snap their demo within milliseconds to my grid and then move on with the next part. So I would build the whole thing and listen to it and be like, is this what they intended, or am I missing anything? Right. And then once I've confirmed that, I would send it to the band with the click grid, and they would practice to it. And then they would let me know, like from their jam space, like whether it was feeling correct, like whether it was feeling right. And then we would make revisions, and then I'd send it back. But it was usually done within 2 revisions.
Do you have a click grid right there in front of you?
I do. Do you want to see it?
Well, yeah, and I kind of want to hear it as well. Is there any way to play it?
Play the click grid. Yep, probably.
I just want to hear what it sounds like.
I think that Pro Tools, you'd think.
I think that people would love to hear it.
Sure. Let's find this here. I'm going to probably have to create a click track.
So freaking crazy, man. This is like mind-blowing stuff. Is that the Negredo click grid?
Yeah, it is. So yeah, this is online. Let's see, where's a good place to listen? Okay, so after this section.
Wow.
1 2 3 4 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 1 2 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 3 4 5 6 and 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1. Get ready for it. 4 10 3 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 1. I can't even say it.
Dude, that is so great.
So yeah.
I love it. That is so cool. Did you have to do that do you do that for every single song on a record before the band ever comes in?
No, okay. I don't. Sometimes a band will have worked out grids in advance.
Yeah.
If I'm producing it, I try to have a pretty good idea of all that stuff before we start.
Yeah.
But lots of times we're doing an EP in 4 days, and the band brings in the songs, and we either figure it out live.
Yeah.
There's very few people that have as many. There's a lot of 4/4, right? There's a lot of 6/8. There's a lot of, this is the tempo of the song. Yeah. There's a lot of 120 beats per minute.
Yeah.
But these guys are on another level in timing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I was telling you earlier when we were on the phone, I was looking through the time signatures of the song "Cut Into the Earth" from Potemkin City Limits, and that's another Todd song. And so this song kind of reminds me of that, where it's just it changes so often, but it feels normal. Do you know what I mean? So it's like, It's something that you really have to think about, or you can just not think about it and just let it wash over you all at the same time.
Well, and so interestingly, one of the things that I actually find really hard is labeling things, like labeling tracks. I got to get the right label.
Yeah.
So markers in a session, like I get the song and I want to know what these parts are, but maybe we haven't really maybe they don't have a name. Like, I'm like, is this a verse? I don't know. Is that a verse? So I'm just looking at some of these things like, intro A, intro rock out, 4-beat count, intro B, drums, intro C, guitar interlude, drums end start, heavy riff, tempo increasing. We've got verse 1, verse 1B, and then we've got chorus. We've got break. Okay, no, this is we've heard of bridges, we've heard of verses. Previous bridge double. What is that? Guitar interlude, reprise. And rest. I mean, obviously that's soft verse, jazz bridge.
Yeah.
I guess that's the jazz bridge.
I love that. I love that click going on over it, and knowing that you created that for the band to jam to in their practice space. It just adds so much context and layering to the song that helps me appreciate it in a brand new way.
Oh, that's yeah. It was a lot of fun. And several days of mapping for sure.
My goodness, that is so cool. Do you just does this just blow your mind that you've been able to work on these last couple of records?
I thinking back to it, I'm like, I can't believe I worked on those. Yeah, totally. Because they're in my playlist, right? They're in my friends' playlists, and I mean, I have various groups of friends, and one of them I hang out with. I go bike riding with guys and some ladies, and we go on Tuesday nights and go drink some beers, and a couple of them, we'd known each other for a couple of years. And then suddenly it's like, wait a second, I just found out that you produced Failed States. Propagandhi's like my favorite band.
Nice.
Like, no way, Mark. I didn't even know that about you. So we have these little aha moments, and then we suddenly can we can talk about it and smile and just feel like we're part of something, even though I didn't know him back then. And
amazing.
We have these funny little scenarios.
Man, okay, so there's a few more levels of your relationship to this band that I want to dig into for just a few more minutes, if that's okay with you.
Absolutely.
Okay, so people who are fans of the band have very fond memories and thoughts of David Gillis, who played on supporting cast in Failed States, and you have gone on to work with him again with Derek and Ryan in Agassi, right?
Mm-hmm.
Tell me a little bit about working with David post Propagandhi.
Post Propagandhi, well, much less time, right? With the Agassi project, it was kind of an album in just a couple of days. So really, and being instrumental, it was more like Dave has his tone. There's nothing that it doesn't need any work. It's just, this is David's tone. And I think he was probably playing his 800 with his SG. It's fascinating. Like, he sounds exactly like he wants to sound. And there's, I stick a mic in front and there you go. So working with him, I mean, I didn't pre-produce that project. I didn't produce Agassi. So it was more like I was getting a concert where I was helping to guide the sonic creation of it effectively.
Nice. How does that differ from your experience of working with him on Failed States?
Well, I would say on Failed States, because really, when we're talking about producing a Propagandhi record, I have a hard time taking credit for. I feel like I really yes, I was part of it, but really the producers are the band, right? Really, Chris. My role is a collaborative production role, and I typically do that, because when someone is coming to me with fully hatched songs and a fully hatched concept, why I can't hijack that.
Right.
That's their song, and I'm helping them produce it in order to relay it to their expectations, or hopefully more than their expectations, right? That's how I see my role. So really, in Propagandhi, Chris would be the main producer, and then David would be more Chris gives everyone their their space, right, to do their thing. And he has immense admiration for David and for how he plays and how his parts come to life in that band, right?
Yeah.
And I think he was like a tangible loss to that process for Chris, who loved having. I mean, obviously they were a three-piece, for the longest time,
right?
But I know for myself, I've played both in three-piece or in single guitar and double guitar bands, and there's something that happens when you have a compadre across the stage that's doing great stuff. It lightens your load. It increases the palette that you can bring across. It's less just like you and more it's like you plus this addition of, and in the case of David, like amazing potential and harmonic kind of changes, and the landscape gets altered, and like so. But at the same time, yeah, I would say at the same time, David was in that, like, I mean, he had his parts. I'm just trying to think of what I'm trying to think of. He obviously he knew what he was going to play, but he was still under the production role of the band, right? And in Agassi, it's more like his band, and it's an instrumental project, so he's playing as he is. It's more emoted. And then in Propagandhi, it's more formative. Maybe that makes more sense.
Absolutely. Well, and another project that you've done, and just going back to the thing where you said where Chris has immense admiration for David, I know that feeling probably goes the other direction as well, from David to Chris. I think that those two had something, have like that kind of special bond for sure.
Well, and they each of them, so they both in Prop, they both play SGs.
Yeah.
Right. And they both basically play Marshalls. Chris was more of a JCM 2000, and David was like I think it was an 800 was his, slightly lower gain for David. But like the amazing thing about real players is you put the same person on a different rig. So let's say Chris was going to play a second guitar to himself let's say he would play it through David's rig. It wouldn't sound right at all. Just like David does not sound right at all playing through Hannah's rig.
Interesting.
So it's the way they play it's Chris's word is familiarity. When he's looking for a guitar tone, he's looking to do whatever it takes until he gets to a point where it's familiar. Now, this doesn't mean using the same guitar head. It doesn't mean using the same guitar cab. At the end of the day, he has to feel like it has a familiarity, which to me I'm kind of an outsider there. So I'm like, well, you tell me when it's familiar, right? Because I'm like, I think this one sounds more like, Potemkin, but when you do that, it sounds more like this or whatever. But it's almost this fish that's super hard to catch. And where it harkens to me is remembering when I started out, like in these basement studios, having a hell of a time getting my guitar tone. It's like, it's the same damn amp.
Yeah.
And how come it's different every time? It's unfamiliar. And so like we have this language, like I get what you're saying. And he wants to find this familiarity. And when he hears it, then he knows and it doesn't have to be the same all the time. Yeah. So the familiarity is this Quidditch ball moving around that you have to catch, and then you've got it, but it doesn't have to be in the same place at the same time. It's super ethereal. Like it's on another level that I usually people bring in an amp and they're like, make me sound good,
Yeah. Oh my God, I love it.
And here it's like we have to catch the golden, like the Quidditch ball of your tone, but I don't know where it is right now. And it could be one of these 10 guitar heads. And like we got so nerdy on Victory Lap, we were hearing the difference in the speaker cables.
I love it. Oh my God.
Oh, it was insane. I'm like, you've got to be freaking kidding me. And I'm not talking about even through the studio speakers. I'm talking about in the room with the amp and the cabinet. and playing guitar in the room. And it's like, okay, we're within two choices of what your tone's going to be for your amp, right? And now we're trying out speaker cables, and it's like, that sounds like a different amp.
Yeah.
Like, am I going insane? Because I never worry about it. Like, I've got a 30-foot one through that wall, and I've got a 2-foot one here. Well, my God, they sound different.
So you mean like it can be as minute as the cable that connects the head to the cabinet?
Correct.
Oh my God, I love it.
And you'd think, well, it's copper. It's like 10 gauge or 12 gauge or whatever it is, like good quality, but the length makes a difference. The shielding makes a difference. And it's like, I don't even, I'm picky about equipment, right? But I'm not gonna put my head in the sand if I'm not using a Nutric XLR cable from one microphone to a preamp versus like, oh, here's an extra XLR. Like, at the end of the day, it's not gonna fail the project.
Right.
And we're not talking about failing the project, but we're talking about something that we sure as hell can hear. And they're both good, but they're different. So which one are we going to choose? Like, which speaker cable are we going to choose now? Because now we've got this problem that they sound different.
So is this a moment where you and Chris like look at each other and you just like bust up laughing? Or is this a moment where you like look at each other and you're like about to like blow a gasket because it's so frustrating? Is it funny or is it horrifying?
I think I was probably at the point of laughing.
Okay.
And Chris would be between either of those responses that you mentioned, I would say.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, is it this or that? Or like, and I think on Victory Lap, he ended up using a Friedman, which is effectively a Marshall, reimagined Marshall. Very similar to 2000, but reimagined. It worked for him. And I remember David plugging into that amp and playing, and it was like, no,
wow.
Like, get rid of that. That sounds so mushy. I can't
Wow.
even explain it. Get back on your 800. And it's like, there is perfection. Like, there is this bullet clean harmonies. But when Chris played through the Friedman, it sounds like perfect. It's like,
Amazing.
That's exactly what it should sound like.
I love it. Well, in the last like couple of years as well, you've also done some additional projects with Chris where you've collaborated on some covers, some reimagined Propagandhi songs with some folks from around Winnipeg where you have like, they've come into your studio and recorded some songs for his Patreon project. I know that you've done covers of Razor, Voivod, Concrete Blonde, and more with him recently. But he's working with people not in Propagandhi. He's working with folks from all over Winnipeg, it seems like. Tell me a little bit about the process of working with Chris away from his collaboration in Propagandhi.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, I don't actually know that much about that process. Even though I've worked on some of those projects, he's producing those projects. So my involvement with those have been more of it's hands-on. I'm engineering on the day of this recording. Good. I don't know where they're coming from or where they're going at the end of the day. Like, I'm helping him kind of achieve what he wants we're doing a 10-hour session and we're trying to get these 3, beds done and like get some tones that feel appropriate for what we're doing. So for me, a completely different process than Propagandhi. Like honestly, really not involved above engineering. So no conceptual involvement in those in comparison with their albums.
Gotcha. Is it fun though? Is it enjoyable process for you guys to hang out like on a maybe a little less stressful, a little less pressure of a project?
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. But I do really I would rather walk through the flames. Like, at the end of the day, I'd rather walk through the fire and come out changed than just kind of like barbecue some hot dogs and like, or, have some marshmallows. And then that's the end of the party. Like, I love being fully involved. So, nice. but that's not appropriate for every project.
Sure.
So
awesome. Well, JP, I've been talking your ear off for like 2 hours at this point.
No, I've been talking your ear off.
No, I love it. I love it. I these stories are just Amazing. So to conclude, let's move into a conclusion, but I have like a big picture question for you. We do this show because Propagandhi is such a special part of our lives. Keith, my co-host, and I. What does this band mean to you as, a fan of music? What have they done for you? And, what does it mean that you've been able to have them be a part of your life?
Yeah, that's okay. So there's a couple of trains that I'm gonna, first of all, musically, being an influence in, like, you can get up on stage and you can say something and you can make a difference. And that stuck out to me when I was 16. And that still sticks out to me. And what I admire, one of the things I just admire about them is how they don't just, like, their lifestyles don't change in the studio to be like, well, we say these things, but then we just, eat hamburgers in our, in private or something like that. No, they're very, they are who they are, and they're not lying. They're really not lying. And they will tell you right to your face. Like, if there was some misogynistic content, or someone said something that was like, they would not be afraid to call it out, but they're not looking for a fight. They see their stage, their music is, and, writings and podcasts and things like that. That's where they have their voice. And, like, I never felt like I was being judged as a person, by the guys. And why do I bring that up? It's because I definitely would have been, coming from a Mennonite and fairly conservative town near Winnipeg. I definitely was like, I feel like if I had a conversation with these guys, that they would judge me. And fair enough, because I would be from the right, and here we're meeting with the left. So there's this, and I'm going to bring up one very interesting, like, there was a basement show in Winnipeg, and there was an argument that broke out, and it was basically like an argument about the existence of God or something like that. So I was there, and I was kind of representing, like, there's so much history in the Winnipeg, like, in these scenes and whatever, but I would have been representing, like, a believer's standpoint.
Sure.
Right. And coming from a religious background. And I remember Chris and we didn't know each other, but we were face to face, and he was asking me questions that have always stayed with me. And one of those was, if I said I had if I had a green leprechaun on my shoulder, and I believed it, like, you can't tell me that I don't have that. Right. And I'm like, this is ridiculous. And we had this interesting, like, it was a more of an intellectual argument, but it was at a point in my life when I was really, like, trying to figure shit out.
Yeah.
So I would say musically, huge influences. And then, very interestingly, as I, went to college and got degrees and kind of, like, I wanted to, I was getting more interested in, like, formative religion. Like, I wanted to learn about my background. I wanted to look at Middle Eastern history and historical geography and hermeneutics and, like, source criticism and redaction, and, like, look at the Christian Bible and figure out, like, I want to be able to support everything that I've been brought up with. Right. Yeah. And then the more I went to college and the more I learned, the more I unlearned. And interestingly, some of those conversations in the long run, and I'm talking, like, over the 2 decades, have kind of come around for me. And I'm on a much different, like, trajectory than I was then, I guess is what I'm saying. And I feel like in some way they were a part of that. And I appreciate that. Because they were willing to not just make a bunch of noise, but actually, like, play great fucking rock and roll.
Yeah.
and really stand to what they felt and what they said. and to really be empathetic for people, for animals, for the earth, and just to watch their development. I really have a hard time putting this all into words, but
it's so huge.
And honestly, like, I haven't even had this conversation with them, right? Like,
ooh,
right? I mean, it's yeah, and I totally would, but I know for Chris, I feel like we have this little interaction from years ago that I don't even know if he would ever remember or even know who I was, but like I remembered it, and it was part of my long-term kind of journey, which is never going to end. It's it's life, right?
Yeah.
So
I mean, it's like the inspiration to be a curious person until the very end.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that is a powerful place to stop, because I think that I think that resonates with me a lot. Well, JP, this has been such a pleasure. These stories that you've told across, the last decade of Propagandhi's career, you're a huge part of the story. And so I know that people will really appreciate hearing the things that you have to say. I know we only talked about Negredo a little bit, which is the episode that you're on, but like, this is like such a big picture conversation for this band that I care so much about. And I think that you and I both care about them pretty much in a lot of similar ways,
I would agree.
All right. Well, JP Peters, thank you so much for being here. This has been an absolute pleasure to have this chat with you, and I'm so grateful to you for all the time you spent with me tonight.
Well, thanks a lot for including me. I feel well, I'm at a loss. Yeah, I'm kind of at a loss for words. I in a way, I don't feel worthy, but I'm so glad. I mean, looking back, I'm so happy I was involved with the band, and I'm glad I can share some of those little tidbits from our time together and from before. But I'm sure, who knows if there'll be more. I'm so curious to see what they're working on.
You are listening to Unscripted Moments, a podcast about Propagandhi. This is Greg, flying solo this week for a bonus episode, and holy moly, am I pumped. On this episode, we have Jason Livermore from the Blasting Room. Jason received his first snare drum at the age of 3. Years later, Jason took up bass and guitar, but returned to drums because he liked them better. And in junior high school, Jason discovered punk rock music, and he played in various bands throughout high school and college, getting into recording along the way. And he moved to Colorado in 1994 when All opened the Blasting Room, and he's been there ever since, and he is the co-owner alongside Bill Stevenson. And he has worked on about 95% of the albums that have come out of the studio. Jason has also played drums for the bands like Wretch Like Me, Drag the River, and more. And Jason's drumming knowledge comes out big time on this episode, which I know that many of you will appreciate. Jason's chronological discography can be found at theblastingroom.com/staff, and I am beyond thrilled to include Jason's Propagandhi experiences on the podcast. Jason has worked on the forthcoming Today's Empires, Tomorrow's Ashes re-release. He has worked on Failed States. He has worked on Supporting Caste. He has worked on Potemkin City Limits, and he has worked on Victory Lap. So in this episode, we get into all of Jason's Propagandhi projects. And so enjoy this one, folks. Here's my chat with Jason Livermore. Jason Livermore, welcome to Unscripted Moments, a podcast about Propagandhi.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
I'm so delighted to have you here, Jason. Your involvement in Propagandhi's career is such an important part of the story. So to have you on this podcast about Propagandhi is truly a thrill and an honor and a privilege for me. So I really just wanted to let you know how much I value your participation, because I see you as being one of the central characters in the story of Propagandhi's discography. So thank you so much for doing this.
Yeah, thanks for having me. No problem.
Yeah, can you just, for anybody out there who may not know who you are, can you just sort of introduce yourself a little bit so that everybody knows who you are and what you do?
Sure. Yeah, so my name's Jason Livermore, like you said. I co-own the Blasting Room recording studio in Fort Collins, Colorado, with Bill Stevenson, who's the drummer of the Descendants. And I mostly these days just mix and master albums for people.
Mm-hmm.
But I can and have done pretty much everything involved in making a record.
Do you prefer just the mixing and mastering on the back end, or do you like the production aspect and the engineering as well? What drives you?
I do like mixing and mastering a lot, because it's more like all on my shoulders per se. And I guess the timing is a little bit more flexible about how I want to work, without other people's schedules a little bit. And the older I get, it's like making a record is kind of a hard job.
Mm-hmm.
It takes a really long time. The days are really long, and you're kind of on for a long period of time without too much downtime. So, I mean, that was all fine and good when I was in my 20s, 30s, and early 40s, but now I'm 50, and it's like, it's a little bit much to keep that schedule up. Like, in the early 2000s, when Bill and I were making like a ton of records,
mm-hmm.
we were working close to 80 hours a week.
Yeah.
So that's, it's hard to keep up. So mixing and mastering is definitely a little bit more flexible, and I enjoy it because it's just me against me per se.
I love it. Well, I heard you on another podcast the other day where talking about engineering and mixing and mastering, and how like during the pandemic, it's like, oh, we are essentially doing what I've always been done, which is me alone in a room. And I absolutely loved that detail, because now I'm just picturing you, like just doing your thing, like regardless,
Yeah. It was essentially like nothing happened except for there was less traffic on the road. Well, I and my wife and kid were at home, which was nice, but I just kept coming to work and doing my thing.
Awesome. Well, Jason, we got a ton of projects to talk about, and I'm so excited to get into this with you, and I know the audience will be as well. But what's the first time you remember hearing Propagandhi? Tell me about the origin of your awareness of this band.
So I think the first time that I heard them was maybe in like 96 or 97. A girlfriend I had at the time had one of those fat music for fat people comp things. Mm-hmm. And I honestly thought it was No Effects the first time I heard it. It's like, kind of had that ska thing, and Chris's voice sounded completely different than it does now.
Yeah.
And I didn't really think too much about it, honestly, back when I first heard the first stuff. Because I was kind of into more, I don't know, like my production style didn't gel completely with early Fat Records production styles.
Mm-hmm.
So I was slightly turned off by the presentation of a lot of those early Fat Records. So I kind of just, I heard of them and I knew of them, but they weren't really on my radar per se, all the way up until we probably mixed Potemkin.
Ooh, interesting.
Yeah, there was kind of a big gap where I just went, oh, I know who that band is, but I didn't pay attention too much until then.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so Potemkin was sort of like, you just got dropped right in the pan then, right?
Yeah, pretty much dropped right in the pan. And when I know, like tons of the people in my scene and whatnot would always talk very highly about them, but I never delved into it until then, really. And when they came, then I was like, oh shit, this is not that band that I heard on that comp. Like, these guys rock, This is like, and Chris's voice was like really thick and rich now. It wasn't so little and nasally. And
yeah.
So I I liked that band.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so I'm going to go out of order here a little bit then. Since Potemkin was sort of your entry point into the band, I'm going to sort of use that as the entry point to our conversation today, because we'll kind of trace your chronological path. But
Cool.
Before I get to that question, can you just list really quick each project that you have done with Propagandhi?
Okay, yeah. So Potemkin was the first record that we worked on, and I mixed and mastered that. Then the next record was Supporting Caste, which Bill and I produced together and recorded together, and I mixed and mastered that. After that record, the next time that I worked with them would have been on Victory Lap.
Okay.
And after I did, so I mixed and mastered Victory Lap. After Victory Lap, it turned out, very well, in my opinion and Chris's opinion. He was really happy with it. So he was like, "Hey, do you think you could remaster, our last record, Failed States?" And I'm like, "Oh yeah, sure. I've been, I could, obviously, yeah, give it to me. Let's go." And so he ended up accessing stems for that record. So that was a little bit more than just a remaster. So that was there's that record. And then after that, now currently I've remixed and remastered Empires.
Awesome. Okay, well, we're going to get into each one of those. So let's start with Potemkin here. So I have a sort of a funny question here. So Chris tells a story on his Patreon podcast of his original attempt to mix Potemkin City Limits on his own, and how he only wanted it to sound like South of Heaven by Slayer.
Awesome.
And at the last minute, the label was like really getting impatient for the release. And it was sort of a thing where he kind of realized he was in over his head, and he enlisted your help for an emergency mix. And then he also says, and then I had to pay him emergency mix money. What is your memory of getting the Potemkin project dropped in your lap? And then tell me about what that process was like on your end whenever you received all the material from them.
Sure. I mean, it wasn't too much different than a lot of stuff we get, they just sent us the multi-track files, and we ended up doing like a little bit of repair work on our end to kind of like polish it, that maybe he either couldn't do himself or didn't want to. I don't know. So we did that. We tidied up the drums a little bit, and then I just basically mixed it. I'm pretty sure Chris was here. I don't remember if the whole band was here. Maybe the whole band was here. I can't even remember what year that was. Was it like 2003 or 4 or 5? Or...
Yeah, it came out in October of 2005. Okay,
so that would have been in 2004 that we did it. So it's been a bit. Yeah, I think they were all here, and it was pretty much, a regular mix job for me. Nothing really crazy. I remember I referenced Chris's rough mixes a fair amount because I thought his guitar sounds that he had on his versions of the mixes were very good. So I tried to keep that, stay true to that tone as much as I could. The drum sounds were fantastic. I'm pretty sure they recorded that at it's in Vancouver. It's Bryan Adams' studio, the Warehouse.
Yes, with a Blair Kalibaba.
It's a huge room. So the drums sounded great. And I don't know how much I think maybe they just did the drums there, and then Chris did a bunch at his house.
Yeah.
I want to say.
I think all the vocals were done at his house or something, right?
I think that sounds right. Yeah. But yeah, so there wasn't too eventful per se. There wasn't anything like any drama, or it went pretty smooth,
Nice.
Yeah.
Was it a rush job? Like, were you like under the gun? Like, did you feel the pressure of that project?
No, I didn't. I don't remember how many days I spent on it. It probably definitely wasn't any more than 2 weeks. Like my mode of mixing back then was probably spend like a day on the first song, and maybe the next day I might get 2 songs. And then once I kind of got on a roll, I could do 4 a day. Like once I figured out like, okay, this is how the album is supposed to sound. I've explored my I explored different ways the record could sound and which one I think sounds the best. And once you get that, you just kind of go for it and things start moving along quickly. And then at the end, you may like go back and fix ones that you didn't do as well on or something. But
Nice.
so it didn't stick out to me. I don't feel any like there wasn't any memories like, oh my God, I got killed on that record. You know, it was, yeah.
Yeah, because Chris's telling of the story on his podcast is so hilarious, where he realizes that he's about to botch this entire thing and that he really needs to bring in the big guns. So he sent it right down to you and Bill and made it happen, which is great. You know what I mean? I
was stoked to do that record though, because like I was saying earlier, like we had just sort of started getting into like Fat Records bands who had kind of been in the early days where they had the Ryan Greene production.
Sure.
So I was very happy to be able to make it sound like I wanted it to sound.
That is so great. Well, so your business relationship starts with Propagandhi in those Potemkin years, and I'm curious what the vibe is like with you and the band. Do you guys have a good, friendly working relationship? How's your relationship developed over the years since you first started working together?
Yeah, we get along great. You know, we don't hang out too often because they're up in Canada and whatnot, and they don't tour a whole hell of a lot. But I'll get a text from Chris 3, 4, 5 times a year, you know, how you doing, what's going on, asking me a question about guitar sounds or recording or mixing or whatever it is that he wants to know. And, you know, occasionally he'll ask me to mix something for him, or I think I didn't mention I mixed that song I'm a Rifle that they had done.
Fabulous.
And then I also mixed, I think it was stuff for his Patreon page. It was maybe covers or.
Oh, nice.
He had done like 3 songs. I didn't even know what it was. He sent it to me. Hey, can you mix the stuff? Yeah. And I'm like, oh, cool. New Propagandhi stuff. And then I delved in. I'm like, hey, this doesn't sound like Jordan.
Yeah.
Hey, wait, what's going on here? You know, like I call him up. I'm like, what are these? Like, but yeah, no. So we're definitely like, you know, friendly. We're not like best friends by any means, but we get along very well and talk to each other every now and again.
Awesome. Yeah, those Patreon covers that he did, I think he did a Venom cover. He did an SNFU cover. So he's done some really cool stuff. That's awesome that you were involved in. I didn't know you were involved in those at all. That's really great. Yeah. Let's see. So then after Potemkin, you are involved in the totality of the supporting cast process. You are listed as recorded by, mixed by, edited by, and mastered by on the Discogs page for that release. And you know, for me, this is my favorite Propagandhi record. By many fans, it's like seen as like a flawless piece of work. And I want to know about the process and the vibe of these sessions from your view, the process the band and you and Bill went through to make this incredible landmark release. And just some standout memories of the supporting cast era that really stands out. So what's the story of supporting cast told by Jason Livermore?
Well, it was kind of just, I don't want to say it was just like another record that we did, but, you know, that's sort of how we approach it. The band would show up and they would generally do some pre-production for a handful of days with Bill. Mm-hmm. And so we've got a few rooms at the studio to record in. And so they would start in our B room and run through their songs for a few days, and Bill would record them and sort of either try to do like arrangement changes if there were any necessary, and develop like tempo mapping for them to record to. Mm-hmm. You know, because none of the songs are one tempo,
right?
And so you basically have the band run through their song a handful of times, and you record it and go, okay, you guys always speed up in the chorus. So the chorus is going to go faster. And then there's this weird change where you do this time change thing or whatever. And you kind of find an average of what they're trying to do versus like, hey, they had too much coffee on this take, or, hey, this guy, you know, whatever. You get an average, you get a sense of like how the song's supposed to go, and you get a tempo map going so you can get the song recorded accurately, but while still containing the human feel that they, you know, that it desires, that it needs. And then once that would go down, I would start recording drums with Jord, and generally we would have some sort of like we call it prelay, where they had done this demo, and we have the tempo mapping all completed, and we have the band play to that sans drums.
Mm-hmm.
So when we record the drums, Jord would be playing along to pre-recorded guitars and basses and click track and scratch vocals.
Awesome.
So he has the bands, so they've done the work prior, so they don't have to stand there for days on end playing the same thing over and over again. They've done it once, it's perfect. So it's really easy for the drummer to play accurately, and get the right feeling.
Mm-hmm.
We would go ahead and do that. I don't remember how long the drums took to record. I do remember Jord played an AOT drum set, which is a company from Canada.
Okay.
And he had these bitchin' tom sounds, because that's part of one of my favorite parts of Jord's drumming is his fills. His fills, oh, they're so good. We call them bitch and peel downs, Bill and I, because he's always doing those like kind of Dio-esque, tom fills, like kind of metal, but they're totally bitchin'. And his drums, his toms were amazing. I remember that like distinctly still to this day. Like those drums were awesome. So go ahead.
Oh, because you're a drummer, right, Jason?
I'm a drummer. Yeah. I used to play in a band called Wretch Like Me.
Oh my gosh, I know your band. Okay, great. And tell me about, like, is there anything else that stands out about Jord's playing as like a unique player within music? For all the drummers you've worked with, like, what stands out to you most about Jord? Is it the tom work, or is there anything else?
It is the tom work, or his fills are very creative, let's say. Like he had really cool fills. And that definitely stuck out as like that was his strength, in my opinion, was his ability to have these like really cool moments of tom work, I guess, Yeah.
Okay, so you get these drum tracks down with Jord, and then where does the process go from there?
So from there, we would take all these tracks, and we would have one of us or the other two guys that work for us sort of tidy up the drum tracks if we had done multiple takes, figure out which takes we wanted to use, or maybe if it was half of one take, half of another, fix some problems if there were problems to be fixed. And once that happened, then I would start recording guitars. It's our A room, it's our bigger room.
Mm-hmm.
I would do the guitars, and then Bill would start recording the bass in the B room at the same time. So we had sort of two different rooms doing two different things to kind of keep the process moving along quickly. And so it was Jordan or Todd and Beeve playing guitar on that album. And no, it's not Todd. What am I saying? Chris.
Yeah, Chris and Beeve. So Chris and Beeve are with you.
Yeah, they're with me, and Todd's with Bill. So a funny moment that I recall. So back around the time that record was recorded, I was really into, I don't want to say over perfection, but really into accuracy, and tuning of the guitar was part of that for me.
Mm-hmm.
So I was having, and everyone up to that point, because I had never recorded Chris, was like, oh my God, Chris is the best guitar player. He's the best guitar player you're ever going to record.
Seriously. Yeah.
So I'm like, awesome, cool. So we record, and I just kind of treat it like I treat all the records. I was like, okay, Chris, you got to stop. Why? Because we got to tune. Really? Yeah, we got to tune. So I would make him stop and tune. Every time he'd stop, basically every 4 bars, every verse, every chorus, whatever it may be. And also, I was really meticulous about little picking details and making sure the two guys, what they're playing, they're picking the same way, or if they weren't picking the same way, there was a reason for that, and that it they complemented each other. And I remember at one point Chris goes, man, this isn't what I expected it to be at all. Yeah, and I was just like, oh man, I'm sorry.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's also working with Beeve. That's Beeve's first record with Propagandhi.
Beeve was amazing.
Tell me about Beeve.
Throw that out there. Well, Beeve had his own style. It was way artier than Chris's. Chris is just like a machine, just getting it done hard, and like he's a machine. Beeve was a little bit more, arty. His parts were slightly more melodic, and he used like a different guitar like that I normally want. I don't even think he played a Gibson. I can't remember what he had, but it was just, two totally different personalities.
Mm-hmm.
But they worked together so well.
I mean, it's really amazing. And, I'm thinking about a benefit that you may have had since you had never recorded them before. It may have been sort of like a benefit for you that they had this brand new, fresh member, this brand new, fresh energy and fresh sound. And then they had this fresh producer and engineer in you. So,
Right.
I mean, that's kind of like a lot of perfect ingredients coming together all at once to bring a fresh, brand new Propagandhi out into the world. That hadn't been heard before, because supporting Caste is like no other record,
Yeah, it's a pretty good record. I mean, it's approaching amazing, but
yeah.
I'm generally slow to throw out high compliments.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But it's definitely one of the favorite records that we've done here for sure.
Amazing. Okay. So then Todd is with Bill. And
Todd's with Bill.
So I know that whenever I talk to JP Peters at Private Ear, he says that Todd works really, really well with him in Winnipeg because he's home and he's a lot more relaxed. And I'm curious about the perception of Todd's working relationship at the blasting room, because it's like he's really far away from home. There's a lot more pressure. There's a lot more studio time booked, and it's like really challenging. It's got to be a pressurized situation. Tell me about working with Todd down in Colorado.
Yeah, Todd's also like, a great dude, and he's got a lot of creativity in his parts. So like sometimes maybe him getting his parts onto tape was a little challenging. I remember one funny thing when they were recording, and I walked by the room, and Todd's like, says to Bill, "The click track's not on the right beat." And I'm kind of like, the click track is the beat. It is the beat, So Todd was having, like maybe just, some issues like adjusting, or, I think he puts a lot of pressure on himself to get it done the way he does. And so it wasn't easy to get it done, but when it was done, it was great.
Yeah.
But it probably wasn't easy. He spent a lot of time out on the back porch practicing his martial arts, his MMA, getting his mindset and whatnot. But
awesome.
I can't remember. I want to say that after the record was done, he may have gone home and sent me some new vocals.
Okay.
That they had recorded themselves after we were finished. Because Todd would change lyrics, or just he wasn't happy with his overall performance or something. But yeah.
Well, I'm also curious about the vocal performance, because I know that Chris says on his podcast that he prefers recording vocals alone, and he doesn't like people to be around him, and he likes to do it by himself. So I'm curious about any stories about recording vocals for the record.
Yeah, so that one I can't help you out with, because Bill recorded all the vocals.
Gotcha. Okay.
With just him and Chris, and they were in the B room.
Okay.
And so I didn't end up recording any vocal. I usually don't record when Bill and I split a project. He'll do the vocals.
Okay.
And generally, like while he's doing vocals, maybe if he's got a handful of songs done on the vocals, I'll start mixing while he's still tracking vocals.
Nice. It's a good collaborative process that way.
Oh yeah, totally.
Keeps the process moving forward, and it, maximizes the time together.
Yeah.
And something else, there's a legendary video of Bill on YouTube singing the song "Without Love," basically in its entirety.
Yeah. Tell
me about Bill's love of. Tell me about what Bill thought about the project. I know you can't speak for him, but
I can't. I mean, I know for a fact that with that song "Without Love" is Bill's favorite song that we've ever recorded here.
Amazing.
He loves the way it sounds. He loves everything about it.
God.
He's a songwriter, obviously himself, and so I think those lyrics just really touched him. They really meant a lot to him.
Yeah.
So that's part of it. And the band kicking a major amount of ass doesn't hurt any.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, so I have to ask about the infamous situation of Jord defecating in the backyard of the studio.
Oh man, yeah. So we weren't aware of that, I mean, or really gave a shit, literally.
Yeah.
until the band left. And so these guys, they started like kind of a tradition, actually.
Oh my God.
They left and we showed up, whenever the next day or something. And there was like 2 sheets of paper towels, like taped together. And it said like, "Hi guys, thanks for making the record. We finished on time." I could go read it for you. It's in the bathroom right now, but it was like
amazing.
Something. It was the gist of it. Was like, you made it. You finished a record with you guys on time. It sounds great. We didn't want to kill each other or quit our band when we finished. P.S. Sorry about Jord. He sorry about Jord taking a dump out back. He didn't mean it. We were like, wait, what? What are you guys talking about?
Oh my God.
After that, every band who records here basically leaves us one of those notes. They try to one up Propagandhi. No one ever has.
Is it hanging in the bathroom? Like, did you guys frame it?
We framed it. Yeah, we framed it. It's in the bathroom.
Oh my God. I may have to hound you via email
I'll take a picture of it and I'll take a picture and send it to you.
Amazing. I'm going to use that for the episode artwork for sure. Okay. So the next project you did is several years later, right? For Victory Lap.
Yes.
Okay. So tell me about what you do. So, cause JP recorded Victory Lap up in Winnipeg. So the band did not come down to you guys, but you were involved in this. So tell me about what it's like to be a mixer and masterer working with somebody else's work, because JP's engineering is like his art form and he's turning it over to you. So tell me about this entire process as well.
Well, the recorded tracks were amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just get that out there first. They were some of the finest tracks I've worked with, honestly.
Amazing.
They sounded great. Like the drums, everything sounded amazing. So it was not a hard job for me.
Mm-hmm.
I know Chris came down after I had worked for maybe a day by myself. I mixed the song. I played it for him. He loved it. I loved it. We sent it to JP. JP did not love it.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. So JP, he wanted some changes in the way like the guitars had sounded, and maybe like the presentation of the drums slightly. And so the older I get, the more I'm like a team player and realize like, it's not my way or the highway. I'm not right. Like I can learn from everyone. So JP, so I'm like, sure, honestly, I mean, you recorded it. You're the producer. I'm going to, take your opinion, which I think him and Chris were kind of like a little shocked by, but I was like, no, yeah. What do you guys want? Let's do it. So JP had sent me some like mixes that he had done and said, can you try to make them slightly more like this, which were essentially making the guitars like really full sounding and not as bright as I had them.
Okay.
And so I did my best to accommodate that while still enjoying them myself, putting my creative stamp on it, if you were, not stamp, but just some, so I enjoyed it myself. And once we had gotten through that, it was really easy. Chris stayed like an extra day and then he took off. He's like, you got this covered. I'm going home.
Nice.
Just send me the mixes. So I would, I mix myself and I would send them off to the guys and they would listen to them and hit me back with whatever stuff they, wanted to change.
What are some of your favorites on Victory Lap? Do you have any moments on that record that really stand out to you that really just kind of hit you when you were doing the work in the room by yourself?
The first song on the album.
Mm-hmm.
What is the name?
Victory Lap.
It's Victory Lap. Yeah.
That opening riff.
Yeah. That's my favorite. That's one of my favorite mixes that I've ever done. I'm like pretty proud of that. And it just, it just kicked ass. So that one I really liked. I want to say Zoochosis is pretty kick ass.
Yep.
Because it's so different.
It's very different. That's such a different Propagandhi song than any other that exists, right?
Right. There's another song on there that has these like clean guitars.
Oh, is it Lower Order?
Yes.
My first hunting trip was kind of adventurous.
Yeah, that one. And that one always stuck out to me like, whoa, this is like indie rock Propagandhi, like
really seriously,
but I love like that. Maybe even though we did Supporting Caste in its entirety and it's amazing, Victory Lap might be my favorite.
Interesting. Okay.
It might be my favorite. It's just because the band is so so dialed in.
Yeah.
They're like totally matured and they can play their asses off, but it doesn't sound tired or bored or whatever. It's still really creative.
Yeah.
It sounds like the band, but they're branching out slightly, let's call it. You know what I mean? Like,
oh, totally. And Jason, I was thinking about this record a lot, and a lot of Propagandhi fans are 35 plus at this point. I'm 37, and I don't know if the band put out Victory Lap when I was 20, I don't think I would have gelled with it. But since I'm like a parent, and like a lot of life experiences have culminated that I think allow me to be completely in love with Victory Lap. But I think you need to be at a certain place in your life almost to appreciate that more. So I'm kind of glad to hear you say that you're growing with them as well too. That I hear that a lot from guests.
Oh, good. Yeah. I mean, well, it only goes without saying, like the lyrical content as you age is going to change.
Yeah.
I mean, you may be singing about I hate the cops still, but not quite as much,
Yeah. All right. So from there, Chris is super pumped on your work on Victory Lap. And then you get assigned this project, which is a remaster of Failed States. But you mentioned earlier that it was a little more than that.
It was a little more. Yeah. So essentially, like, if you're going to do a mastering job, you're working with mixes that are completed, and they're just a stereo channel, a left and a right. And you do your best. You don't have faders. You can't go, I want to turn the vocal up. Like the way you could turn a vocal up if you're mastering is find the frequency with an equalizer where the vocal is most prevalent and boost that. And so there's certain limitations that you can do to change, a mix for a master. But in this case, Chris had what's called stems. So it's where the album has been printed. So I have like a stereo pair of drums, a stereo pair of bass, a stereo pair of guitars, like the vocals. So I have more control than a traditional master, but not like a mixing job because I only have like the drums finished. So I can't go and turn the snare drum up with a fader, but I can turn the drums up, or I could automate different levels of the drums during the song if I saw fit. So when they mixed mixed and mastered the first version, there was it's called compression on the mix. And so when the mix is compressed, there's not a lot you can do to uncompress it per se. So it's kind of difficult to deal with. But when I was doing the stems, there was no compression on the whole mix. Ooh. So I kind of got a very unfair advantage to improve the quality of the album because I wasn't locked into somebody else's version, basically, of how they thought it should be. So I kind of mastered at the same time, and that's how I was able to change the presentation so much.
Wow, that is really interesting. Okay, so Jason, I have both versions on vinyl.
Okay.
And I have played them side by side several times. Like I'll listen to the whole A side on the first version and then the whole A side on your version.
Right.
Because like I'm really trying to grasp from a non-producer brain what is happening on these records, right? And so I don't know what happens when you remaster a record or why it matters essentially or what the process on your end is like. So the vivid description that you just gave me is extremely appreciated, but I would imagine that most casual fans don't really understand what happens as well. So like from your ear now, if you listen to the first version and you listen to the version that you did, what are the biggest standout differences to your trained ear that we can pick up on with our untrained ears?
So first off, I thought the original album, like upon first couple listens, sounded really good. I always thought, oh, this is great. They did a record without us and it sounds good. Yeah. Go team. But when I dove into it, with my like engineer brain, I was like, oh geez, like the bass guitar is it's underrepresented in my opinion. The drums aren't punchy enough. I think the vocals could stand out more. Just things that I wanted to hear as a listener and with the raw tracks that I had, or the stems, I could improve upon that. So like, let's say Jord did a drum fill and I was like, that drum fill kicks ass. Like I could turn that drum fill up, I could turn it up, or I could say, it took me a lot longer than a traditional mastering job because of that, because it was in between mixing and mastering per se.
Yeah.
So I would be like, well, Todd's really playing something awesome here. I'm going to goose the bass here. Like I could turn stuff up and down. I wasn't married to like, that's how it was. I could change it if I deemed fit, And so the biggest thing is I wanted the vocal to be more present, more like forward. I wanted the drums to be punchier and the bass to be a little louder and easier to hear.
Do you see the guitars as being a little brighter and clearer as well? Because that's something that stands out to me.
They very well could have, but I don't remember doing that like with a clear vision. It's just, maybe that's just how I hear things the way that I hear them, and so maybe the guitars needed to be brighter.
Yeah,
or in my opinion,
Interesting. Okay, cool. That's really interesting information, because it does sound a lot different. And I'm really glad that you can explain that, because I'm hoping that the listeners now who are hearing this will go back and, sort of try to pick up on some of those things and notice those subtle differences. Because I know that Chris was absolutely thrilled with the finished version, because he talked about it on his show and he said that he loved it. So, I mean, that's really great.
That is really great.
Because you only get so many chances to make a new piece of art when you're an artist, right? And if something isn't landing perfectly well, like that's a part of your catalog forever. And that's what people will remember you by. So if you have this thing that you can change, you might as well, right?
Yeah, no, I admire those guys for taking that chance, to alter their past works. Because probably to half the fans, or maybe even more, like they don't want the past work altered. They love it. They love it how it is. And any change is a negative change in their opinion. So when I'm doing remastering work like that, I have to keep that in mind greatly. Like I can't just go in super heavy handed and be like, no, those guys were wrong in the past. So I'm going to do this, this is my version, and then let's say 75% of the people go, what the fuck did you do? This is horrible. Like, why did you mess it? So I have to go, like when I'm working on that kind of stuff, I'm listening to the original and my version and going, what can I improve? So like, say the casual fan will listen to it and they won't necessarily go like, oh my God, it's a brand new record. They'll go, this is the record that I know and love, but for whatever reason, I want to listen to it more. I want to like, it sounds better to me. But it's the same record. Like that was kind of my goal also with the remastering job, is not to change the personality of what everyone already loves, but to hopefully like take some of the flaws away.
Okay. Well, Jason, we're going to go into Empires now. And
that's a different story.
I'm really excited about this, man. So Chris often talks about his dislike of the sound of Today's Empires, Tomorrow's Ashes. And we folks that subscribe to his Patreon got to watch him go through the process of recovering the original files out of some obsolete recording gear. And then how he got it passed off to you to work some magic for an updated version of this absolutely amazing record. And the band did a podcast episode together recently where they talked about how pumped they are about what they're hearing for an updated Empires record. Like Jord, Chris, and Todd did a podcast on Chris's show together where they talked about the song March of the Crabs, but they also talked about how excited they are for what they're hearing from you. And they got us pumped up, man. So I want to know about your thoughts on the original Empires. And I want to know about what you did, because I want you to psych up the listeners for this updated version. And get as technical as you have to. I can't promise that I'll understand everything you say, right. But like, you're here. I want to hear the technicality behind all this so that listeners get really stoked on this new version, because I know the band is. So help me out.
Yeah. So it really is a new version. It's it sounds like the Propagandhi. Like now, when you put it on, you'll think it's the record that came after Victory Lap.
Ooh,
like it sounds like that. It sounds like big and beefy and just badass,
Oh my God.
Yeah. And that one, I described to you, I didn't want to change the personality when I was remastering, but this was a different ball game. This is a different game. This was like, we don't like that record at all. Please make it sound exactly how you want.
My God.
So this wasn't a remaster. This was like a remix. So I had basically everything that I needed at all control. All the drums were on their own channel. Everything's on its own channel. So it's like I'm mixing the record from scratch. So I have the original album, and like I told you earlier, like I don't even think I had heard that much of it because I kind of started at Potemkin.
Mm-hmm.
But when I heard it, I started mixing without listening to the original. And I'm like, oh yeah, this is the band that I know. This band kicks ass. Like, this is how they sound. This isn't a problem. Then I went back and listened to the actual original album, and I was like, wait, what is this? Why does this sound so small and little? It just, it didn't do them any justice, let's say. Like it just, the way that it was finished, without trying to, talk badly about anyone, was
right.
It wasn't as good as it could have or should have or is now going to be. So I would just mix it like I was mixing Victory Lap, essentially, while like referring back to the original occasionally, just to make sure I wasn't losing anything cool from that version while I was doing mine. So it's essentially like a brand new version. When you listen to it, even the band was like, this sounds like a brand new album. This sounds nothing like the original album. And that's not in a bad way at all. Like it sounds pretty badass.
Oh my God. Well, I know that Chris has a lot of concern about the guitar tones on that record. There's like a lot of like drum editing that went on. I'm wondering about like any like specific instrument changes that are like massive in your view.
Well, the drums are probably the biggest. I didn't like do any drum editing per se, but I definitely changed the way that the drums were. I like my drums a little bit more beefed up and larger and slightly more natural than the way they were presented on that album originally. So the drums, the drums are probably the biggest change, and the bass is sort of like more the sound that you're used to, like on the way Todd's his bass would sound now.
Sure.
Compared to back then. The original bass sound wasn't bad, but it's like it was a different style. It was like kind of cleaner and plinkier, more metallic sounding than he plays now. Now he plays with more distortion and growl. And that, so I kind of gave it that character. The guitars, I know that Chris had recorded them a few different times, and there were a few different sets of guitars. Some were on the album and some weren't. So on a couple instances, I think we added in guitars that didn't make it to the original, or even I want to, we lengthened a fade out on one of the songs. Like,
nice.
Just so you could hear the song go on longer. Just like a few little details, like, hey, we don't have to be, we took the samples out on the first song, little changes, but it really does feel pretty fresh now. The vocal actually is probably one of the biggest changes as well.
Ooh, tell me more.
Well, originally the lead vocal, I didn't do anything to change his performance. It's his original performance.
Mm-hmm.
The way that it was presented on the original mix was sort of in the background a little bit. It's kind of blended into the music. And I think that Chris's vocal is so powerful. I want to hear it like more forward, a little bit louder. So I want to say he's a little bit louder and more in your face now. Just the whole record has a bigger sound stage. It just, I greatly prefer it.
I'm so thrilled. Are you done with this project? Have you brought this thing all the way to the finish line now?
Yeah. It's been done for a bit. I'm not totally sure when it's coming out.
Uh-huh.
I think that they had their 20th anniversary for the album earlier this year.
Yep.
So it should come out fairly soon, I would think.
Man. And this is the 25th anniversary of Let's Talk More Rock that just passed as well. So there's the 25th anniversary of Let's Talk More Rock, the 20th anniversary of Today's Empires. You got this brand new mix and remaster.
Yeah.
This is very exciting, Jason.
Yeah, no, if you like that album, I think you should be excited.
I cannot begin to describe to you how important that record is to me. That was the one that like sucked me in to be like, this is the best band and they are different than anything else that I can possibly hear. And
Right.
I haven't changed my mind on that in like 20 years. I mean,
Yeah.
it's that was the one for me, you know?
Yeah.
Holy smokes. Well, Jason, are there any more Propagandhi stories or details or anything else that you want to say about like any standout memories or anything that you think that the audience would like to hear about based on your experiences of working with them?
Goodness. They like hockey. They like
Yes.
to drink beer.
Yes.
Honestly, I don't know what to say about that, you know, per se. I'm sure the fans probably know them better than I do in a way, you know, like I say we're friends, you know, but we have like a working relationship. And if you're a fan of the band, you probably have watched a gazillion YouTubes of whatnot and got the vibe. But no, I mean, I love those guys and I always have a great time. And whenever I get to work with them, and I'm always stoked that they continue to, you know, ask me to work with them. I'm like honored and flattered to be able to do that because I feel as if they are one of the greatest bands. You know, they're pretty amazing.
Awesome. Well, Jason, I am so grateful to you for your time, your stories, and being willing to hang out with me and talk about this incredible band and all these great projects that you've been able to be a part of that we, the listeners of this band, all love so much. So I know that everybody out there, if they could tell you directly right now, they would say, thank you, Jason, for your work. Thank you so much for doing all of this with our favorite band. It just means the world that you're a part of this story, you know?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for having me on, and thank you to the fans for listening to these albums. You know, Propagandhi's a great band.
You are listening to Unscripted Moments, a podcast about Propagandhi. On this episode, Ryan Greene joins me for a wonderful conversation about the recording process behind the albums Less Talk, More Rock and Today's Empires, Tomorrow's Ashes. Ryan produced, engineered, and mixed the records, and we had a blast discussing it all. The story behind both of those records is complicated to say the least, as you can tell from the liner notes of Empires and the Where Quantity is Job Number 1 compilation. For example, in Where Quantity is Job Number 1, Chris writes, "We were going to record Less Talk, More Rock, but only had 4 songs written, thinking we would just finish the rest in the studio. We got straight to work and managed to finish a grand total of 4 before Mike sent us home. We get into that in this interview." Then, in the Today's Empires liner notes, the band writes, "God tried to stop us from putting this record out. He broke legs, severed fingers, pinched nerves, stole voices, flooded basements, sabotaged frame rates, stampeded moose, and unleashed plagues of naysayers and grown-ups to try to hold us back. And though we walked through the valley of the shadow of posers, we fought our way out the other side, rocking harder and faster than ever." Ryan Greene was there for everything, so let's get into it. Welcome Ryan Greene to the podcast. Enjoy our conversation on Less Talk, More Rock and Today's Empires, Tomorrow's Ashes. Ryan Greene, welcome to Unscripted Moments, a podcast about Propagandhi.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Ryan, I'm so glad you're here. This has been just such a wonderful process of kind of getting to know you a little bit and planning to do this podcast interview with you. I am so excited that we're finally able to do this. Like I was telling you off air, you're joining sort of a production series that I've done on the podcast for the last few years. I took to JP Peters, who did Failed States and Victory Lap. I took to Jason Livermore, who worked on supporting cast and did some mixing and mastering work. So it is an awesome thrill and honor to add you to the production little, ingrained mini series that I've done on the podcast for the last 3 years. It's great to have you here.
Well, nice to be here. Look forward to this.
So Ryan, anybody who is familiar with Propagandhi is likely familiar with tons of your work, but I thought just to get things moving here, your bio and resume are easily searchable for everybody who is interested in this show. But I'm curious what you're working on, recently that maybe some listeners of this podcast may not know about. Like, what are you excited about in music these days in your career the last couple of years?
Actually, I've just been, over the last few years, looking for bands that the newer bands, and there's right now there are a few bands that I am working with. I'm going to hold their names until another time.
Yeah.
But I'm just looking for things that are diverse, not something that I would normally do or what people would normally know me for. I ended up, I started my career in the R&B world, but everybody ended up knowing me for the punk rock world. But in and around that, as you know, that I went from the rock, thrash metal, Guitar Hero 3 through 7. So I've, R&B, hip hop. I have a pretty diverse resume that I feel really comfortable in all genres.
Yeah, I mean, Patti LaBelle.
I ended up landing in the punk rock world, which I'm thankful for.
Yeah, well, then Countdown to Extinction, you worked on that a lot with Megadeth, which I love that record. But also your work with like Patti LaBelle and like Gladys Knight, like that's really just such a thrill. I mean, do you just like look back on your career and just kind of like laugh at like the amazing beauty of it all?
Yeah, it was interesting because up until my mom passed in 2009, so right before she passed, she said, "You know what? You never look at the past. You only look at what you're working on currently, and not even really forward. It's just when I'm in that pocket, and I like staying in that pocket." And she said, you should really take a look back on everything that you've been a part of. And when I started to do that, it was a little mind blowing for me, to be honest with you. It's something that a lot of things that I had forgotten about and remember situations and people, and I couldn't be any prouder. When I set out to become a recording engineer, I had a goal of what I wanted to achieve in my career. Thanks to every artist I've worked with, has far exceeded that.
Amazing. Where in the world are you working these days?
So I live in Toluca Lake, California. About 2 years ago, I shut down my studio in North Hollywood and moved it out to Thousand Oaks, where I built a mix room. And I pretty much pulled everything, all the music back quite a bit, because it took a little bit longer for me to put the room together. Also, it was the first time in my career that I had the opportunity to take a moment, take a breath. During that time, and over the last 6 years, I started to work for Nickelodeon and record the voiceover actors for a lot of the shows that they have.
That's so cool.
And that has opened up a whole other path, because you start meeting the composers, and some of the composers that you work with. A friend of mine, Doug Rockwell. He walked in one day and we were talking, and I said, "Oh man," he goes, "your stuff kind of sounds a little punk rocky." And he goes, "Oh, I grew up on all that, like No Effects, Lagwagon." And then he looked at me and he goes, "Wait, are you Ryan Greene that?" Yeah, I am. And we just a lot of people, a lot of composers and I really clicked, because I have of the past, and it makes then the present just even more exciting. And
That is so cool. Do you do like audiobook production and stuff like that as well?
no, only the recording the voice actors. They have, and you're working with the best voice actors in the world. Anybody that does the job knows the level of detail that there is. People that have never done it and just think, oh, you put a mic in front of somebody and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
That's definitely not the case. And you're working with the best of the best. And you're listening to people read you stories and the different inflections, which is no different than vocal melodies, right? If somebody wants a different read on something, it's a different cadence, it's a different melody, and they dive into that, and it's really nice to sit back and watch other people being directed and the things
Fantastic.
that they create. So I feel like right now in my life, I have the best of both worlds. I still am mixing, and I'm looking for more mixed projects than production projects, just because of the time schedule. And it's I love my new room. I love spending time in there and creating.
Amazing. Well, Ryan, that's awesome. Thank you for the update for the listeners out there, because I know so many people out there who listen to this podcast grew up on the records that you worked on for so many years. So we'll chat about some. We're going to chat about Propagandhi. Is your credits with Propagandhi involve the engineering of Less Talk, More Rock and Today's Empires, Tomorrow's Ashes. I kind of want to go through both of those records. Especially the crazy story around Less Talk, More Rock, as I understand it. But I want to know a little bit about what you remember about being exposed to Propagandhi for the first time, and then being brought on board as far as working with them in a recording environment.
Well, my role with them was produce, engineer, and mix on all the records.
Mm-hmm.
So my first experience was, Fat Mike gives me a call and said, we want to do a 12-day record with this band. And we booked time. I lived in LA at the time. So I got in my car with my amps and a couple snare drums and little necessities, and drove to San Francisco to a studio called Razor's Edge. And just to give everybody, and I've talked about this before, Razor's Edge was not really a studio. And really, what is a studio? You put the gear in and all of a sudden you can now justify it's a studio. Well, it was one of those studios that was quite interesting. Imagine a one-car garage
Mm-hmm.
that is 10 feet by maybe 14 feet long, and then another little L section that jotted off that was another 6 feet. Ceilings were they barely made 8 feet, maybe. And the whole room was drywall. And it had this old, disgusting carpet that was super thin. It was enough to cover the floor and call it carpeting. So the room itself had no tone. It had no nothing. It's, you had to work for everything that you got. The thing about the studio was it was inexpensive, and you're able to do a record, and it had a Trident TSM console, which was nice. I'm used to the A range, but it's almost the exact same configuration as that type of console. And an Atari tape machine, which was great. I had one of those at EMI, so I was very familiar with that. And I show up with microphones in hand and walk into the studio and sitting there talking with Tim, the assistant at the time. And the band walks in, and you meet everyone, and this is the first time that we've ever talked. So they're saying, we're going to set up, and now we're going to work on a record together. So there were no demos. There were no. I had no idea what I was walking into. All I knew was I was going to sit down, and we're going to be working together and create a record. So the band loads all of their equipment in, because you have to load all the equipment in and then shut the doors, because the drummer is setting up right in front of the door that you're loading in. So again, you're talking about it was tiny and toneless. So we start setting up the drums. While George is setting up the drums, I'm in the control room aligning the tape machine, and the assistant is out there running microphone cables. And I walk out to the room and I open up my microphone collection and start putting the mics on the kit. And I'm looking at George's kit going, well, your drum heads are like beat to crap. I go, when was the last time you replaced your drum heads? He goes, I don't know, it's been years. Well, we're doing a record here, so, and I'm coming from a place. I was chief engineer for EMI at the time, and I'm used to people bringing in drum kits that are meticulous. They're set up to record. Heads are all on. They're pretty much tuned. You might even have somebody that has that's bringing in, somebody to work on the drums and just get the tuning set up for you, before you start the record. So, so I said, okay, well, we're going to need to get new heads. So there's good, Guitar Center's probably 4 miles away. We send somebody out to go get drum heads. During that time, George starts taking off his heads, and it wasn't just the top head. The bottom head was just as important. So completely redoing the drum kit. Now, we only have a certain amount of time to do these records.
Yeah.
Definitely don't have time to spend another 2 hours, tearing apart a drum kit and then putting the heads on, retuning it, kind of getting it in a place, and that for me is record ready. So George steps out with the assistant. They go get drum heads. They come back. I'm cleaning up the drum head, the edges of the toms. It's the first time that they've seen light pretty much since the drums were bought. So I'm cleaning them up, and you're talking like an inch of dust, it's just from all the clubs and all the dirt and the grime. So I'm cleaning all those up. He comes back with the heads. We put the heads on, tune them up. Now it's probably 3:00 in the afternoon. We started at 11, and now we're ready to at least get microphones on the drums. Listen to a snare drum. Didn't care for the snare drum. I put one of mine on, and when he started to play, it was one of those things that was magical. It just worked. So we get the drums set up. We get Chris set up to play guitar along with George, just as a scratch. But there's a little room off to the side of the control room that is almost like a hallway to get out to the tracking room. And we put Chris's amp in there and turned down really low, otherwise it would blast us in the control room. Didn't want to hear that. So we baffled that up, and then we plugged in. I think it was John's bass was playing bass. That just ran a DI for John. And this is all scratch. I'm used to doing records where, especially records like this, I need to hear everything, but I'm going to really focus on the drums, make sure that we have a solid foundation before we build. And again, not knowing the band, if they could play together or not, I just didn't want to take that chance. So we start. I asked them to run the first song down from top to bottom, and Chris goes, "Well, some of these songs, just so you know, I'm still writing the lyrics, and sometimes lyrics take time for me to write." I was like, "Well, we have 10 days before, we need to have everything done. I'm sure that you'll be able to write lyrics to your song, the rest of the songs." And I guess there were, 5 or 6 of them that still needed to be finished. So we go through and we get a drum sound, and the drums sound really good.
Yeah.
It's actually surprising with the way that the room was and the tuning, the way George hit the drums. Like, everything came together, and it was great. I could just push up faders after I did all the EQ and everything, and didn't feel like I had. It's like, well, I'll fix that later, or I'll do this or do that. It just sat perfectly. Plugged in John's bass, got an amp sound, and that was magical. It was like, oh my, I'm getting goosebumps, by the way, as I'm telling you the story. It was like, it could not have gone any better.
Yeah.
There's no way that it could have gone any better. And then it came time for Chris to play. And I've never heard Chris play guitar, and he's dialing in his amp, and he's very, very meticulous. But on top of being an absolute phenomenal player, he knows his amp. And he was dialing that in. I'm like, oh my God, thank God for this. Somebody who really, who has a sound, who knows what he wants, and dialed it in. Put 3 mics on the cabinet, brought up the mics, kind of tweaked them a little bit. We talked about the gain of the amp and a couple of little things, just minor adjustments, for the recording process. And we're off to the races, and we're knocking out drum parts, and they weren't used to everybody. I think at that time, a lot of people were used to just playing songs down from top to bottom. But if I hear a mistake and you're not using a click track, it's going to be hard to punch in and out of record.
Mm-hmm.
My thing is that if I hear something, I'm going to stop, we're going to roll back, and then we're just going to punch in. They're like, well, what do you mean? We'll get a click at the very beginning of the song to give you the tempo, and then you're just going to do what you do, keep the energy. And we'd get to a verse or a chorus, and George would do a drum fill, and be like, no, you know what, let's stop. We're going to roll back and then try playing this type of fill. And then now everybody, as soon as you hear the music, start playing along, and then I'm going to put you back in to record. And that's how we kind of built that record. And that's how I built all the records, really, is anytime that we would not use a click track, I had to either punch in and out and hope that you don't they play it at the exact same time, or you just stop, or you just do it on a fresh piece of tape and then you cut that piece in. I've done that as well. So anyhow, we end up building this record. Everything is going great. We're just knocking this record out. And every day that I came in, and we ended up doing the drums in a couple days for the whole record. I mean, that was kind of the pace. It's 2 days to do drums, a day to do bass, 3-4 days to do guitars, do some vocals, maybe three days to mix, 4 days if they have a bigger budget, and we're done. And we go to the first song, and Chris has his lyrics, and we knock that song out. And we go to the next one, and we get up to the point where Chris didn't finish his lyrics. Like, well, take tonight, work on the lyrics of this song, and tomorrow when I get in, we'll finish the song. And that came in that next day, and he didn't finish the lyrics because every word has such meaning to Chris, which is wonderful. Everything that he writes, it is everything to him. So we ended up getting to the point where, well, I can mix half the record, and then it looks like we'll have to come back and mix the second half. And then I talked to Mike about it, and I said, well, I prefer to mix the whole record at once. That way you have consistency through it. So Mike agreed, and we sent the band home. And they really wanted to finish, but it was just not going to happen. So about a month later, I call Mike and I was like, hey, have you heard from the band? He goes, no, have you? I said, no. And another month later, like, hey, have you heard from the band? And he goes, yeah. He goes, so I have some bad news. And I'm like, oh boy, here we go. And I figured that they just wanted to take the tapes and finish it up in Canada. So there was a couple songs that Chris rewrote the lyrics to, but now the arrangement changed a little bit. Now they want to record a couple of the songs again. Like, oh man! And I'm thinking to myself, every part of that first recording, you could just bring up the faders on everything, and it was literally one of those records that 90% of the mix was already built in. It just worked. I played it for a friend of mine that when I left LA to go do the record, he was working on guitars for a 12-song record. It was a big rock record. When I came back, I had done 2 records by the time that my friend had finished that one record just doing guitars. He spent a month doing guitars on this record, and I had done 2 records in that time. And he heard this record, and he's like, how the hell did you do that? And I go, I don't know. The studio was shitty. It's like the room was like horrible, no tone. But the player, George is a really unorthodox player. Just what he does is so it's so unique.
Yeah, he doesn't sound like anybody.
He doesn't exactly. He does though. He sounds like him.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Oh, and I love that. Just absolutely love that. And I said it just all worked. So I said, okay, when are we going to do it? And he goes, well, I'll probably do it in a month. Well, speed up the story. A month later, we find out that we're retracking the whole record. So that perfect, everything just worked sound-wise. But I was confident that we would go back in. It'll be the same drum set. I'll bring the same snare, same miking, same room, same everything. It'll be great. And it was pulling teeth to get a kick drum sound and a snare sound. Nothing sounded the same. Everything sounded different. And it was fighting the everything was a fight to get everything to really lock in together. So the re-record of the record to me was so different, and it still came out good.
Yeah, it did.
But that first one was something else.
Man, well, I know that you finished some of the songs because they're versions of like Firestorm My Ass, which then became Nailing Descartes to the Wall, and then the original version of Resisting Tyrannical Government. Some of those came out on their G7 Records compilation in like 1998. So some of those versions are available to listeners out there, which is really cool to listen to the differences because they do sound a lot different.
Well, one was not mixed, one was mixed. So and I didn't recall that they had even released those. So that's a surprise to me, because all those were just faders up and just rolling down a rough mix.
Oh, interesting. Well, something that really comes up a lot on this podcast over the last couple of years is the bass sound on what became Less Talk More Rock. I would love your comment on the bass sound. To me, it has a very reminiscent tone of what also came out on NoFX's So Long and Thanks for All the Shoes. So I'm wondering if you have any thoughts on that bass tone, because everybody out there will be yelling at me to ask you that if I forget to ask about the bass tone.
Well, I think that the bass tone in general, and I feel this way about everything, that a lot of it just starts with the player. You could have the best amp and the best bass and everything, but it is truly how the player owns that instrument. And I feel that I think that the way that John played and the bass that he used is really what dictated that tone. I mean, you could run it through an amp, you could run it through the distortion, and if we would have done, if Fat Mike would have come in and played the same bass, it would have sounded completely different. So, and again, we didn't have, when I was getting sounds, and this goes for every record that I did on Fat Records, and you don't have a lot of time to guess. You know, if you don't have that tone up and you're moving, you know, you're gonna run out of time. So
Yeah.
yeah, really, you have to shoot for it's a feeling. You know, you have to go, okay, you know, what is this doing to me? How's this feel? What is it emotionally doing for me? Is it pushing and pulling in all the right places? And that's just tone wise. And if the bass player is, you know, is in tune with that, and John was, you know, at the time in tune with that, that's I think that's where that bass tone came about. It was
Mm.
just okay, you know, let's try this. How does this work? This, and you're going through different tones really, really quick, and then all of a sudden they go, "Oh, I like this. Great. Okay, let's dial this in. Great. Here we go."
Nice. I like that it's like very distinct. You can hear it so clearly throughout the entire record. Bass is one of those instruments where it often struggles to come through clearly to the listener. So I love the fact about like this record and like So Long and Thanks for All the Shoes, like I mentioned, that the bass is clearly audible for the entire record, and you can always pick it out.
Yeah, you know, and you know, there's a whole thing about bass in general, and especially nowadays too with records that everybody wants big bass. With big, round, huge bass, you know, you're not going to get the clarity. You're not going to be able to get it up in the mix. So, you know, people figured out other ways to do that, which is, you know, maybe run a keyboard bass underneath it. So you're hearing the bass, but you're getting all that bottom end from another instrument.
You know, yeah, I know that the second time around for recording the record was, like you said, pulling teeth, but like, what's a couple of good memories that stand out to you from that second time around?
Well, you know, the pulling teeth was really more just going, well, this is what we had, and now this is, you know, and this is what it is. The overall making of that record was freaking amazing because now you
Mm,
know the guys, right? You know, I mean, they introduced me to tofu.
nice.
Well, Chris was out there making dinner one night, and you just kind of get to know the players in the band, and they become your friends. And the overall making of it was fast. It was furious, and they're all such good players. And the respect that they had for each person that was doing what they do, it was you know, it's a band that you know, looking back, that the overall experience was all positive. You
Mm.
know, we butted heads once. It was just, you know, it just kind of was.
You know, a random question that springs to mind is about the interlude track, about Shell, a public disservice announcement, and the narration of the person who performs the narration, I believe, is Ramsey Kanan from AK Press and PM Press. I'm wondering if you remember anything about tracking that narration on that interlude track about Shell.
You know, funny thing is, I don't have that's one thing I don't remember. I have no idea. You know, all I know is uh, that somehow it just appeared.
Amazing, because I think he's a Scottish publisher for AK Press. But yeah, he's got that little narration about public disservice announcement, the doot 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 doot
Oh
doot
yeah,
doot doot.
yeah. You know,
Amazing.
yeah, but you know, I don't even remember him coming in at this point. But then again, that was how many decades ago?
Yeah, I mean, probably 27 years ago now at this point. I'm trying to track him down. So Ramsey Kanan, I'm trying to find you. Um, do you have any favorite? Do you have a particular favorite song from the record?
Oh, there are that record to me from top to bottom is so good. It was so good that I remember when we finished it, that if I take sound away and I just listen to the record and the songs and uh, the writing, that I listened to it from the time that we finished when I drove back to LA for that almost 6 hour drive was on repeat.
Mm-hmm.
And then anytime that I got into my car, I listened to it from top to bottom on repeat.
Yeah.
For me, it's one of those records. And there was another record. Pulley's third record was that way for me as well.
Yeah.
There are certain records that how I think it was just how it was all put together. Could have been the sequencing, could have been just the songs and where I was at that time in my life.
Well, question about the sequencing as well. Chris has published pictures on his Patreon of like original versions where the sequencing and the track listing was different than what eventually came out on the record. Do you remember anything about the sequencing process for this one?
No, by the time that we had finished, most of the time with Fat, that we would have anywhere from 8 to 14 days to do a full record, including mix. So they would have mastering booked that next day, and then I would be on to another record.
Wow.
I would be coming back to LA to my chief engineer job at EMI. So when it came to the sequencing part of that, I feel that Chris and Fat Mike were diving into that. Mike always had an opinion. He was very involved in the sequencing and being a part of that process.
Did Mike come to the studio at all, and like for any of the first session or the second session?
Oh yeah, I mean, there were all, during that time, there were a lot of people would like just pop by and say hi to the band and just be in it and whatnot. I feel that that record, from what I remember, Mike kind of stayed away from adding anything to the record. The band knew exactly the band knew exactly who they were at that time, which is why throughout the process, you started to see the growth.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll probably get into something a little bit later in this interview about that growth.
For sure. So I know that the song, I know we're going to talk about this record in a second, but Back to the Motor League, there's a version from the mid-90s where Back to the Motor League was originally supposed to be written around the Less Talk More Rock era. Did you ever hear Back to the Motor League's earlier versions in the mid-90s that wound up becoming, the major standout track on the next record?
No, I did not, and that was the thing that you would roll into these records and you wouldn't even have demos. The only people that we'd hear demos from would be Tony Sly would send over a cassette.
Sure, yeah, like an acoustic strumming kind of thing.
Yeah, so Tony sometimes would work up a full demo. I mean, he would have his a drum machine, and he would have all of his parts worked out and be able to present that to the band and go, "Hey, here's our song."
Amazing. So Let's Talk More Rock last year celebrated its 25th anniversary. What are your thoughts on the legacy of the record, just as like a whole, and what the impact that it had on the punk scene and the music world in the years after its release?
I feel that the band itself, they were already so unique when they came in for the Let's Talk More Rock record, and throughout that existence of that record, I still get emails from people saying that that record has inspired them and opened their eyes to something that they never thought was possible.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So, for me to look back on that and go, oh, I was a part of that. I remember, I was there from the conception of that and kind of watching your baby grow. It's it is an absolute proud moment. I was just talking to somebody the other day about this record, and that it was something again that I'll never forget in my life. It had an impact on me, and I came from a completely different world.
Mm, that's amazing. I mean, did you and the band connect too about your like work in like metal and stuff like that as well? Because that they were, they were little metalheads from a young age. And did you connect at all about that, like talking about Megadeth and stuff like that too?
Oh yeah, we had all kinds of conversations. I mean, my one of my dream bands. If I was going to put a dream band together with all the different players out there, that Chris would be my guitar player.
Amazing. I love
Yeah,
that.
it's and I feel like his uniqueness and his voicing is that he does on the guitar and energy is like no other. So I love the fact that where they started and where they are at now is such a just a wonderful growth in musicianship and energy.
Amazing. Well, I mean, obviously, I couldn't agree more. I've spent the last 3 years of my life obsessively making a podcast about the band's music. Well, let's jump forward 5 years. Tell me about the beginning of getting you involved with Today's Empires and like what that process looked like for setting up that experience for you and the band. And just kind of take me through like coming on board, for that process for the next record. And because it's a big shift for the band sound wise, they have a lineup change. A lot of time has passed since the last record. So set the stage for us. Bring us into the story for Today's Empires.
So for Today's Empires, again, Mike calls me and said, band wants to work with you again. And we did the same thing. We showed up, but this time it was at a different studio. So Mike and I had bought a studio that was pretty. It was pretty new by the time that the band rolled in. So of course they come in. George brought his drum set. During that time, we had the drums worked on, the edges redone. So we're super excited about getting him set up. Chris said that he's been really working on his guitar sound. That he came up with something that's really unique and that he absolutely loves. And then I was introduced to Todd, and Todd was just awesome. He was just, he was friendly forward. He was just a really, really nice guy.
Yes.
I'm thinking, well, I'm thinking that they're going to kind of pick it up where they left off with less talk. But, Todd brought in more of a hardcore sound.
Mm-hmm.
And, I remember getting everything set up, to record with the record, and Todd was very specific on his bass tone. It's like, this is great because this was different than what John was. John has had his bass, and he's there to play, but he knows what sounds good to him. Todd was very, very specific. And with that, I think that foundationally, that kind of started to turn the record into something else. But when we were doing the record, all they said was, "Yeah, we're just we're going to be a harder sounding band."
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't know what that meant, because who knows? What does that actually mean? So we lay down the drums, we lay down the bass, and we start laying down the guitar, and then Chris brings in his normal setup, which he knows really well, and he plugs in, and the guitars are ultra distorted. Right? You could barely, with one guitar, you could hear the movement between his chords because he's such a clear player. And I mentioned to him that if we double this guitar, that it's going to wash out the whole sound.
Mm.
Really love the guitar sound. And I said, well, how about we bring the gain back just a little bit? We bring back the gain a little bit, and it doesn't change. And I'm like, yeah, I don't know what's going on. And I said, we're bringing the gain back on the amp, and it's not changing at all. And he goes, oh, my guitar, it has it. Instead of one active pickup that takes one battery, this one actually took two batteries. So it had a lot of output. But he worked on his sound. He was very, very adamant about this was going to be the guitar sound. I was like, okay, I'm letting you know that when we get to mix, it's going to start washing everything out. And he goes, okay, but I really like it. It's like, great. So we start doing we lay down all the guitars, and Chris just bangs it all out. I mean, he's fast, so fast. Get all the guitars done. We start doing vocals, and they're singing really aggressive. And about halfway through the record, Todd and Chris lose their voice.
I was wondering if that. I think it says that in the liner notes actually as well. I'm gonna have a peek here. So then, what happened? Whenever,
So they lost their voice. At that point, you really can't do anything. You could either start mixing the record, kind of like what we did with Less Talk, or you send the band home. So we sent the band home, and took them a few months to heal the voice. Came back out, finished the record, mixed the record. Was having a really difficult time mixing the record because the guitars were really ultra distorted, and to be able to get guitars up in the mix, they have to be loud, but that also washes out everything else. So it was trying to figure out how to put it all together. I put it all together. We sent it to mastering. Record gets mastered. I get a call from Chris about a week later. He goes, I don't know what to do. And it was one of his first statements on the phone. And I said, do about what? He goes, you're totally right. The guitar tone washes out the whole record. And he goes, what do we do? And I said, you get on a plane, you come back out, and we'll spend 2 days and re-record all the songs and just re-record the rhythms. And I'll recall the mixes, but once we recall the mixes, the mix part of it will change, but we'll do it all in 2 days. So Chris came out, he re-recorded all the guitars, and again, one thing changes everything. His newer guitar tone changed the mix, but there was no budget to really kind of start from scratch. So I kind of had to just put the newer guitars in and make adjustments as quickly as possible, because there was no financial backing for it. We were already at that point over. I didn't charge them on my time, but there was still just the studio time itself.
Yeah.
Flights, and now you have to get the record completely remastered. That's another expense. So, that part of it was costly, and I only had a couple days because I had another band right behind after them, and then another, and one thing would have created a domino effect. So we just put all those put the newer guitars in and mix it the best that I could and sent it out the door.
Wow, that is very stressful. Was that 2 day careening through those guitars the second time with Chris? Was that pretty stressful experience for the two of you?
Well, definitely there was an urgency to get it done, but the to get it done. I can't remember how many songs were on the record. You could probably
14.
14. So we had 14 songs to do rhythm guitars on and adjust the mix in 2 days.
That's wild. That's hard work right there too. Yeah. What do you remember? Like something I'm curious about too is the way that the vocal performances were so drastically different. You mentioned that already. Like they're singing a lot more aggressively. Todd comes in, and the vocals for Todd on that record are his most intense, some of his most intense vocal performances from Todd ever on that record, because he was kind of singing out of his range as well. Right. What stands out to you about trying to get these takes right for these really aggressive performances vocally on your end?
Well, I think that's where the their voices started to go out, is because we were trying to be as meticulous as we can. And as you mentioned, Todd was singing at the top of his range. Chris was singing really aggressive as well. So they don't have a B game. So when they're in front of that mic, it is everything they got. And then it's like, yeah, you're a little flat on that. Mm-hmm. You're a little this, so let's get this again. And then they do it again. And by the time you get finish a song, well, you probably could have sang 4 songs in the over that time period, and it was really, really taxing on them.
Yeah.
But the thing is that also, I feel, kind of set up to where that next record went.
Yeah.
I think that this was the that pinnacle change for them. That then they learned a lot, and then they kind of figured out what needed to be done.
Did Jord kind of blow your mind with his performance on Today's Empires, Tomorrow's Ashes? Because to me, when this record came out, I illegally downloaded tracks one at a time off Napster when I was in high school. And I got Bullshit Politicians as the first thing I ever heard off this record. Blew my mind. And then I got Today's Empires, Tomorrow's Ashes. Then I got Albright, Monument, Baghdad. Then I got back to the Motor League, and one by one, tracks were leaking from this record back in the day. And it was this constantly mind blowing experience for me, where I would just get all my friends to come over and we would just listen to Albright, Monument, Baghdad 15 times in a row. I mean, this was an insane shift for me. And this is the moment where I was 100% all in on this band, is this record.
That is hilarious. Well, when Jord was playing his parts, and it was you watch him play, and for me, it's uncomfortable watching him play, because it's what the hell are you doing?
Yeah.
So you're watching him play these parts, and it's and they're very unique to Jord. And again, it created a foundation of controlled chaos.
Yeah, I mean, and you're you're no slouch to speed at this point in your career as well. The other bands that you've worked with. And to me, this record, the drumming is just something different that scene wasn't really doing at this time. There was fast songs, of course, but this is a different kind of drum performance to me.
Yeah, it's interesting you say that, because you could at some point, I feel that Jord really was a trendsetter, because you could only do the fast beats so much before it's well, I've heard that beat, it's everything in and around that. I even had a band come in that I had done a record with previously, that they said, I'm doing the same fast beat I did on the last record. Can you just use that? Right? Well, Jord figured out a way to approach the project that was completely different, which again, it makes the band in general so unique.
Yeah.
I think the uniqueness really does need to be recognized throughout with everyone, because everybody in that band is really a unique individual, and how they come together as a unit. is something special as well. There's nobody that's like left on the outside like, oh shit, I'm just really tired of this person, but I'm going to do this record. And it's none of that. It is them. They're all for one.
And that resonates too with what J.P. Peters said whenever I interviewed him about Victory Lap and Failed States, is he's like, Jord does not recycle fills. So you can have a beat that Jord does that is kind of reminiscent of what other people in this genre of music do, but the fills are like not recycled. They're not rehashed. He doesn't reuse things. They speak to the individual song that they're a part of, which kind of makes for another little, interesting approach as well,
Right. Yeah. And that is 100% true. He is a unique individual, and also meticulous. That's how I feel that's why he doesn't recycle anything. He is a trendsetter. But that's also not just George. That is also the band in general.
Did Todd do pretty well on his bass performance in the studio? Todd's talked a little bit here about his some like studio performance anxiety, and Todd was a brand new bassist whenever he did Today's Empires. He had only been playing bass for a couple of years. What do you remember briefly about like Todd's bass performance in the studio?
Well, I don't remember it being anything but good. I mean, it's like with everything, every record, somebody is playing and you stop, roll back, and go, hey, we mishit on this note, or we have to, fell out of the pocket on this, and you roll back and you punch it in, and oh, you know what? I feel like you could do that fill better, and they go back and we just punch in just the fill and things like that. And I feel that that kind of confidence, where they that helps build the confidence, because they don't have to play the whole thing from top to bottom. So I feel that that environment really helped Todd in getting over any kind of anxiety that he may have had. But he didn't feel like, and I'm pretty good at picking that up. It didn't feel like he was worried about it. I think he just knew that he knew where he was at as a player.
Mm.
This is who I am. This is what I do.
Ooh, something else that comes to mind. I know that whenever they did Fuck the Border, they were performing the vocals differently, where they were saying it really quickly. And then I think that Chris credited you as having the idea of singing the chorus like halftime instead of the really fast original version that Todd was doing with I Spy. Do you remember anything about that at all?
No, but I'll take it.
Sweet. Nice. I love it.
I feel just in general with all the records that I've done that I have a big mouth. There's no doubt about it. I will throw all kinds of stuff out, because I'm always trying to push everybody to maybe think outside the box of where they're at and maybe where they can go. Maybe that idea will help spawn something else. And even if it's not now, maybe it's for the next record that they do. So it would not be surprising if I said something. And it was completely opposite of what they were doing.
Any, thoughts about like this record as a whole, like, or favorite songs or like impact that you've seen it make over the years that kind of, linger with you about like kind of what it all means?
Yeah, you get into favorite songs, and I'm gonna have the same response, because I think with everything that I do, I don't have there may be songs that make me feel a certain way, but that's how I react. That's how I react to music in general. What is it doing for me emotionally? And I say this a lot. Make me want to drive fast, drive slow. Think of a sunset. Think of jumping out of a plane. I think music in general just needs to create a feeling and emotion. And I think that's what, it's not just, okay, here's a guitar sound. That's why I really appreciate Chris, where he didn't walk into the studio and go, okay, I'm going to plug into this amp and just play. He worked on his tone, and it became an extension of who he is as a player.
Yeah. I've got one guitar question. So Less Talk More Rock is a wonderful guitar performance. So many things on that record stand out to me, like Resisting Tyrannical Government is one of my favorite guitar performances ever by Chris. But this record has like blazing solos. And do you remember anything about like the bringing the soloing in as like such a major feature on tunes like Back to the Motor League and Purina Hall of Fame? That was kind of a major shift from the previous record.
Ask me the question again.
What was what are your takeaways on like, adding guitar solos for the band, and like what are your memories about like doing the solos for this record?
Well, first thing is Chris always, Chris had everything worked out in advance. So I came from a world where, people did guitar solos. I didn't know the scene well enough that realized that a lot of people didn't.
Mm.
Right? So, when he did a guitar solo, I was just like, okay, great. And again, very unique on his approach and his voicings and phrasings and what he did. Quickly to jump back to Less Talk, we're going to go back for something that I do remember that during the second making of that record, one of the issues that we had with getting the guitar tone the second time was I kept saying it sounds completely different. And Chris is like, it's the same guitar though. And I said, and this is the same amp, and it's the same amp, and it's the same cabinet. We went back and forth for about 5 minutes, and I kept tweaking the amp, trying to figure it out. And Chris was like, and Chris knows that amp forwards and backwards. It was a Mesa Mark IV, and could not figure out why we couldn't get this guitar back. And he finally said, he goes, man, he goes, I don't understand. He goes, this is exactly the same guitar that I used the last time. I mean, I went out and bought the same guitar. And I go, what do you mean you bought the same guitar? And he goes, oh, well, somebody took, I guess they were at a show or something, and somebody stole his guitar that he used for the first recording of Less Talk, More Rock.
Wow. So
he went out and bought another guitar that was identical. And I said, there are no two guitars that sound identical, Chris. I said, this whole time I'm like chasing my tail going, I don't understand it. I had a hard enough time with George's drums going, I don't know why it sounds so different. Not saying good or bad, but it just sounds different. And then we go this, we spent a half hour getting a guitar tone, and he finally said, oh yeah, well it's the same. It is the same guitar. I bought the same guitar, and if he didn't use the word bought, I would have never known.
Amazing.
But again, with that, his how comfortable he is and the player and tone and how he plays, and he always plays with conviction. That all the soloing, everything how he plays. If you really are up close and watching him do what he does, it is all done with intent. There's nothing. There's not one string that gets hit by mistake. Everything is intentional.
Yeah. I mean, I think a lot about your job and seeing performances done in the studio that eventually go on to have such an impact. And like in the moment, you have no idea what impact a song is going to make. Maybe none, maybe lots. And I think that it's really cool that you've had the experience of like being able to see these songs and having no idea what impact they would make in the world, and then watching to go on, like, and watch like your babies go out into the world and make a dent. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and the thing I did love about a lot of the records is that there were no references of we want it to sound like this.
Mm-hmm.
Not one band came in and said, I want to sound like this. So really what we were doing was on all the records were we would get up a sound and see if it emotionally, and if it did work for the drummer, the bass player, the guitar player, the singer, and then we would go with it. So we were really letting the music guide us to wherever it was going to end up. And then I feel that at some point, people were going, well, I want to sound a little bit more like this, or I want to sound a little bit more like that. and they're starting to use more tone references. But with Chris and the band just in general, they at that moment in time before after that record, when they started to work with other people, they were like, this is what they had brought in, and this is what we were taking and recording and just refining it and making it everything that we could make it for the time that we had to do it and what they were looking for at that time.
Which record did you have more fun making? Less Talk, More Rock, or Today's Empires?
Oh my God, I hate being so generic about it, but they were both fun, because there's something about when you work with somebody for the first time and you get to know them, and that type of energy, and then the next time that you work with them, you know them, and now they've become better players, writers. They're probably more refined in what they do and how they do it, and that band, I cannot imagine that anybody that works with them would be disappointed with what they do and how they do it.
I love that it was like 3.5 sessions to make 2 records. You know what I mean?
Jesus, and and I could look back on it, and everything could sound, the mixes. I was mixing from 11 in the morning until 3 in the morning every night. My sessions would go from 11 in the morning until 2 or 3 in the morning, and I was rarely walking out of that control room. And that wasn't just for that record; that was for every record. So I could hear on the mixes where what time of day I was, what time it was, and you go through it and go, God, if you would have, I was just able to have one extra day, it would have been 50% better on my end of it. But yeah, I finally came up with the phrase, "It's the best I could do for the time that I had to do it," and that's where I have to die on my vine and go, well, this is what it is. And thankfully that it worked for the band at the time, and it worked for the scene, and people loved the record, because at the end of the day, the production didn't get in the way of the songs. I hate when the production takes over the song. And,
Amazing.
So.
Well, Ryan, I am just absolutely thrilled that we were able to do this and do such a deep dive into both records. Your story is a massive part of what I've been trying to capture on this podcast about this band and the work that they've done over their career. I'm really super grateful to you for diving back in time with me and telling the story of these records from your perspective on the production, engineering, and mix end, because it's just so fun to listen to and reminisce, and it's just fun to capture stories and help other people hear about them on the things that they love. So thank you so much for doing this with me. It means so much.
Oh, thank you. And thank you for doing this. I think that, having somebody like yourself that a band has been such an important part of their lives, that you are presenting it in a place of both, where it started and where they are now and where they're going to go. And they should be giving you free tickets and merch to every show that they do. I
love it. Well, Ryan Greene, I've loved your record since I was in middle school, man. It is an absolute thrill to hang out and to hear your stories. It just just as a fan of music in general, I love what you've done throughout your career. Your records have made a huge impact on me and all of my friends, and I can't wait to share this episode with all the people that I listened to Less Talk, More Rock with in 8th grade. So thank you again, and it just means a ton, man.
Wait, you're in 8th grade when you listened to that record?
They came out in 96, and in 96 I would have been in 6th grade, and I found them probably in about early 98, I think is when I first heard Propagandhi. So you had already done Less Talk More Rock, and it was out whenever I heard them for the first time.
Oh, I was 12 years old.
Crazy.
Yeah. And thank you so much. It's been an absolute pleasure, and also a big pleasure to work in this scene for as many years as I have. All the bands get
in spite of endless war, restriction, level advance, depredation and plague.
John Paul Peters, welcome back to Unscripted Moments, a podcast about Propagandhi.
Hi there. Great to be here.
JP, I'm so glad that you're here. The last time you were here was when we chatted for Negretto and the recording that you did for Failed States and Victory Lap. And I'm so delighted that our paths need to cross again for the podcast and for documenting the story of Propagandhi that we do here on the podcast. So just as a reminder for everybody out there, if they haven't heard you, the first time you were here for Negretto, and I really appreciated it because we've kind of kept in touch over the last couple of years, and I like our little friendship. You know, it means a lot to me.
Cycling and cats, music.
Yes, absolutely. And you also were on a conversation with me on Witch Police Radio last summer in Winnipeg, where we talked a little bit more broadly about your work in the Winnipeg music scene. So that's a really cool one as well. But JP, we're here because Propagandhi has gotten together and recorded a new record at Peace, coming out the day this episode comes out. We're obviously recording it in advance, but if you're hearing this on May 2nd, 2025, happy At Peace release day. JP, take me back to the beginning of this process. I know you started working with Propagandhi again in about May of 2024 for a DOA cover on the DOA tribute record. Tell me about getting back in the swing of things with Propagandhi last spring.
Yeah, so that was that was just a fun, quick day in the studio where the guys were like, "Kate, we're doing a cover song. We're going to come in with none of our stuff. Like, we'll bring some guitars and we'll just whatever's there, we'll just have some fun." So that was kind of the MO for the day. And there was not a lot of curation on like guitar tones or like which drums. We just cobbled some stuff together, and the guys recorded basically live off the floor, which was super cool. Because obviously for the main albums, that we've done, it's been a fairly like carefully scheduled, carefully curated, like logical approach with multi-tracking, and isolating and stuff like that. This one was like, set the guitar amps in the booths and let's go. So that was a lot of fun, actually. I was kind of surprised.
Very cool. That actually is awesome. It kind of sounds more like an Agassi approach, if you will.
Oh, 100%.
Man.
Yeah, I think the vocals were tracked like right after. So not necessarily live vocal, but I believe we did a scratch at the time. But I mean, I do a lot of live sessions, and it's really fun to do that with Propagandhi.
Nice, because I'd imagine that was the only time you've ever done that with them like that, correct?
Yeah, for sure. Other than any other demoing kind of stuff or like, scratch playthroughs. Yeah, for sure.
Very cool. When did they start talking to you about the new record that they were putting together and getting on the books for that?
I think that was, around the same time. They basically called, booked with my studio manager, my wife, Vanessa. And I was like, okay, we're on, we're doing this. So then there was, there was not a lot of pre-production on this record. And I know you're going to probably ask me about that more, but like not a ton of pre-production from my perspective. More of, I started going to their jam space and we started really looking at equipment and talking about process. Chris was already doing, he'd done most of the scratch tracks and demoing of the songs before the record.
When did you start hearing the material?
Literally on day one of the album.
Really? So,
yep.
So you went in totally fresh. Is that a new process compared to the Failed States and Victory Lap processes?
Yeah, both of those records, I had a pretty good idea of where things were at. For Victory Lap, um, what the band would do there is record their jams and get the song to like, hey, here's a really good presentation that feels really good as far as a live performance. And then I would take those and I would put them into Pro Tools and I would map out tempos because they weren't recording two tempos. So there's some very interesting and substantial like tempo deviations that were happening. Like I think we did there was one track that had somewhere close to 30 tempo changes. Which when you listen to the record, it doesn't seem like that. Like it wasn't with the intent of having all these tempo changes, but kind of my job was to like, they wanted to be able to practice to a grid that would kind of formalize the song. And that would also like inform how the scratch tracking would get put together. But so what I do is I use like elastic time in Pro Tools, and I feel like I listen to a section. I try to come up with how do these sections, how do they fit together? How do they feel? What's the intent? And then I would kind of work on this thing, and then I would present it to Chris, and they would practice to it, and we'd make a few tweaks and go from there. So that record, I had like a really good idea of the material. On this one, they wanted to do less changes. So I think, yeah, overall, there's a lot less tempo changes in the songs, and Chris pretty much managed that stuff. So for me, it was like, it was like my birthday. I'm like, oh, okay. Oh, here's what this song sounds like. So it's interesting. I mean, I love being more involved, but every situation requires something else. And in this case, I was like kind of presented with this nugget, this treat every time we started a new track.
Nice. Did they tell you anything in advance about how like the vibe of this record was going to be compared to past records? Because people listening to it, when it first comes out, especially me listening to it when it first came out, I was like, this is a totally new arena for this band. Were they telling you anything about how it would be, new territory for them as a band before you were recording it all?
To be honest, not a lot.
I mean,
which is really interesting
by that. Yeah. I mean, do you get the same impression from me? Like when I put it on, I was shocked the first time. I was completely shocked. Were you shocked as well when you started hearing the songs coming through the performances?
Yeah, I think so. Do tell though. I want to hear your perspective there.
Okay, so obviously there's no spoilers here because this is coming out the day the record is out. So every song is now available for listeners. But when I got the watermarked copy of the record and I put it on, I had the lyrics and I had the songs on the website. And I listened to it the first time through without any lyrics, and I just let the music and the presentation wash over me. And the first thing that jumps out to me is the massive reduction in the reliance on speed for the songs. Like the record is so much more varied with speed and tempo in general compared to all their past records. The next thing I noticed is Todd's vocal delivery, way smoother, silkier, really nice and palatable throughout the record. I can tell he's worked super hard on that. And then also the drums sound completely different than any other past records. George told me a little bit about that, but the sound of the recording feels different. The songs themselves feel extremely different. So that it took me a while. I've listened to it probably 20 times all the way through at this point, and now I absolutely love it. But it was like one of those things where I was like, whoa, this is brand new territory for this band. So it was really surprising for me.
Yeah, I would say it was, in many ways, it was similar for me. I mean, so I'm listening to it through and I'm like, where is it all going?
Mm-hmm.
Like as a producer, I really want to know that stuff in advance, but I'm working with a band that curates things in different ways at different times, the way they want to do it. So for me, I was kind of like you. I was like, this is really, really different. And like, I'm basically along for the ride. And, obviously there's a song on the record called Wild Ride. And that's what I was kind of on.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a really big surprise for me, as a listener of this band who's followed them basically my entire adult life. I'm so delighted that the sounds that came through and the songs that came through are completely original to me as a listener of the band, because it gives me something new to sink my teeth into instead of retreading the same tires that they've done in the past, which is great. But I also imagine that for casual listeners, something brand new when you're expecting one thing, it throws people for a loop. And I just hope that people, do what I did and listen to it 10 or 20 times in a row. And like really sink their teeth into it, because I feel like they've earned that at this point in their career. But, people will do what they're going to do. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I think, it's like, do you want to just do the exact same thing? Those records, those wonderful records have been made, and like they need to do what's inspiring to them right now. And for people that, want another supporting cast, like it's not that. So
yeah,
that's okay. Like, to me, that's okay. I'm a lifelong fan of the band as well, like from the early demos back in 92. And so like, I mean, time changes us, and there's new elements of like just kind of fatigue with where the world's at. It's like, wow, it's hard to make a difference. Like, can I find my inner peace in this, in this place that we're in? And I mean, I think, we'd have all sorts of discussions outside of like the recording time, and just I've been feeling too just so tired with when I think about, and I'm overconsumed on the state of the world and the state of North America and all this stuff, and it's so hard to like get out of that and just try to find peace.
Mm-hmm.
And so the first single, like, to me, it literally resonates with my heart. So it's amazing to be part of a presentation that just captures kind of the feelings that myself, my family have in so many ways.
Yeah, and I live in Buffalo, so the border is a couple of miles from me. And so these types of things that you're referring to are hitting me big time as well, and it's leading me to feel frustration and anger and despair and just hopelessness with regards to our society in general. So I get it. Like, that's why I'm so down with the tone of this record. And I was thinking back to the earliest days of this podcast when we were talking about songs from like Potemkin City Limits, which I consider to be another really experimental Propagandhi record. The songs like Cut Into the Earth, Life at Disconnect, Fixed Frequencies, stuff like that. I see this record as a continuation of songs like those. You know what I mean? With the slower tempos and the really exploratory nature of those songs. And I am so happy, because in the past I've said, you know what, I really could see Propagandhi returning to songs like Cut Into the Earth or Fixed Frequencies in the future as a style, because it's super impressive and super experimental and very progressive in the musical compositions, but it's also a little slower on like older joints, you know what I mean? So I love that kind of stuff. But yeah, let's chat a little bit more about the way this record was made, because this was not a normal record. Jordan told me a while back that you all recorded this in sort of an unorthodox way, where you had a chunk of time in August and a chunk of time in October, and there was like 3 days in the middle of the week with long weekends on either side where you were booking other bands in some gaps in the calendar. Tell me a little bit about the story of just the tracking of this, because I know there were multiple sessions, and I'm just curious about your version of that story.
Yeah, no, that's kind of how it went down. I think, summer for us was already looking like quite busy, and the bookings, we didn't book that far in advance for the actual sessions. But one of the main things that we were discussing was just like, we wanted there to be space between basically divided into 2 blocks so that George didn't have to like go 8 days straight. And there was also some of the tracks that the band wanted to return to do some more tweaking and some more kind of work on. So it enabled them to kind of like buckle down for 6. I think we did 6 the first time around. And then on the second set, come back and be fresh and nail off a bunch more So yeah, it was like, to me, I do love, like, on an album, if as much as possible, to like be 100% in the game for like a block and then get it done. But at the same time, it was fun to do it this way too. And it gave some relaxed time in between. After the August sessions, which I think we actually started late July, but we were well on the way with Todd's songs as far as getting all the guitars and vocals kind of done for those. And what it kind of did is it like, you were talking about Todd's like smooth vocal tone and different kind of approaches to that, and it allowed him to have a little bit of time. So we kind of did like first round on the 2 tracks, and it gave him some time to think and absorb. And we actually came back and like retracked some of the vocals, and he was able to kind of like push it a little bit farther in the direction that he wanted. And so the benefit of like not being, okay, here's the door, when that shuts, it's done. I think that was really effective for that process. And
Excellent.
Also, like, the band is, they're Chris is very competent, like, producer engineer, and so like they could easily, he tracked his guitars and vocals and most of the vocals at home, so it was like he was able to, like, punch in a line on a song for Todd later on, as things adapted. So when I listened to the final mixes, I'm like, oh yeah, there's a couple lines that they probably were thinking about and were like, hey, we can tweak this or that. And I think that's an awesome process, and it's a process that people should use when they feel, confident and competent with their tools, right? And I just try to tell everybody, like, learn how to record, use your tools. You can do this stuff. You don't have to spend the rest of your life regretting, one vocal line that you don't like the presentation of. It's super important.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so what songs were tracked in session 1?
Okay, I'm just looking at my list here.
Because this is super interesting to me. I like this, like, extremely, banal minutia in a way, because that's what we do here. We do banal minutia. So,
all right,
the July, August session.
Now, I'm going to preface this by saying that I have, when I got the final record, which was about a month and a half, I'm not 100% convinced that all of these are final titles. So I'll just say the titles that I know. And that's always been kind of a laugh working with these guys, is that, like, there's so many working titles going on, and then it comes out later. I mean, this happens all the time in production where the song changes even during mix, and then it's like, oh, can you make some revisions to can you like bring the snare up on that fill on such and such a song? And I'm like, I have no idea what song you're talking about. Because it's no longer the working title. Anyways, here they are: Benito, Lost, Cat Guy, Guiding Light, At Peace, Courtesy Flush, and Rage Quit.
Okay, so Rage Quit and Courtesy Flush are not songs on the record. So that's really fascinating to me. I'm curious what those were and what they became, Rage Quit. I love it. Courtesy Flush. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's amazing. I may have to hit up Chris for a couple of questions that I can put in the interlude between you and him and your interviews on this episode. So stay tuned for more information on that. I think that's really great.
Yeah, love it. It's going to be another birthday present for me when I open it up, right?
So that's a great first batch. Benito, what a song. Very, very shocking song for me in general. But what I want to know is about Jord's drum situation, because when Jord was here last summer after batch 1 was recorded, he mentioned that he was recording with small cymbals, wooden hoop AOT drums, and the lack of cymbals really comes through. Like, the cymbal variation in this recording compared to past records is massive. It's a little bit of a culture shock for the listener, if you will. Tell me a little bit about the difference in the drums for this record compared to past records.
Yeah, I think, well, the AOT kit was actually one of Jord's kits that he had used in the past for some live stuff, but then it had basically been shelved for a long time. And the idea was basically, like, as he's been dealing with some elements of tinnitus, which are fairly substantial, he was on a drive to like turn down the volume, right? So how do we do that? Well, let's use like slightly softer sounding drums, you know, the AOT wood hoops, etc., lighter sticks, and smaller cymbals that don't, you know, hang around and display as long. And when like, you know, one of the questions I asked him early on in the process, I was like, why don't you just practice on an E-kit? But that's a deal breaker for him. So he does not like that route. He wants to feel the real acoustic drums. And like, so in that way, well, he's wearing like ear protection inside of ear protection.
Mm-hmm.
And even that, they have a time limit on how long he can play before it affects, you know, his basically ability to sleep and, you know, just feel good. So all of this, that was one of the other reasons, obviously, dividing up these two sessions was like, we could do like kind of 3 days of, you know, 5 hours a day on drums, you know, and I can spend the rest of the day like comping, editing. We can go through stuff. We can start working on other things, but like to give George some like well-needed space for his ears.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the main thing. So yeah, what do you get with the smaller cymbals? Well, they don't ring as long. You don't get that wash in the same way, which like pluses or minuses, right? This was like, well, if we're doing a record, we have to be able to do it in a way that feels comfortable. So it's not always like the ultimate sonic decision, right? Like like it's not my favorite cymbal choice, but it does just create a slightly different sound. And on that way, it does highlight, you know, the actual things that are going on. It doesn't get muddied up. So, yeah, like I mean, sometimes we just have to do things that are the best for the moment. And I'm going to get behind that, right? Like, I'm not going to be, oh my God, you're using like 2 A's now. You're just not going to sound powerful on the snare. Like I've recorded lots of drummers. Well, I shouldn't say lots. There's a few select people that end up playing, you know, they're almost tapping. And I'm not talking about rock drummers necessarily, but it's amazing how monstrous you can make something sound when consistency is involved. And that's what I was going to mention. Like Jord, his drumming ability is very high and his consistency is very high. So it's not like, okay, now your rim shots are totally compromised. You know, you turn up the preamps a little bit, you saturate a little bit more. You just kind of, and I still feel the power in the drum performance. Like it's his animation and all that is coming through, right? I mean, we have to think like a lot of drums now, it's, you know, people are programming half of it or recording the drum set in like 3 different layers, you know, kick drum, snare, toms, cymbals all separately, and then sampling it all still. Well, these are like, Jason added like slight amount of sampling in behind, but it's like pretty much the real, like when I load up my, you know, my cleaned sessions at the end, it's pretty much what it sounds like. So I think his drumming really came across on the record, and I'm really proud of that.
Well, the thing that I like the most about the lower cymbals is that there's tons of Propagandhi records that have tons of cymbals, right? Those sounds exist on other records, and this is brand new to me. And the thing that I really like about the lesser cymbal presence is how much more space it gives the vocals, especially Todd. Like, there's no competition between sounds with cymbal wash and vocals on this record. Like, the vocals on this record are so crystal clear with regards to comparing it to past records. Like, I really am enjoying that aspect of the more space by the reduction of cymbals. Does that resonate with you as well?
Yep, I think for sure. I mean, one of the things we did, we used a different microphone on this record. Like, obviously, like I know what we used. I believe we used a 47, Neumann 47, made by Wonder Audio on the last 2 albums.
Mm-hmm.
And on Victory Lap, I believe, we had a vintage U47 and we had the Wonder 47, and that one won that shootout. So we were going for like a little bit more of a mid-forward kind of approach on Chris's vocals. And the mic we used here was a 67. And also I just love Wonder Audio. So I have a Wonder Audio U67. We tried a couple of different mics, but we settled on that one. What I like about it is it's a little bit less mid-forward. In other words, it's a little bit less crisp and metallic sounding and a little bit more detailed up top. And I always think of records like even the most recent Johnny Cash stuff done acoustic, where you can just really hear the personality of the person singing without it just, highlighting the aggression or the punch. And I'm like, I think that's really important here to capture, like, because Chris has harmonics that we didn't hear on the early records, because there was a lot of like more tight throat singing, and he's more like open now, and obviously like a more stressed voice box over time, but it allows those details to come through, and I feel like it has a real emotional impact.
Yeah, I agree. Tell me a little bit about the bass that you did on the record. What are we running here? What do you remember about the bass rig and setup?
Yeah, okay, bass rig. We obviously we had a solid DI, and then we ran Todd's SVT Classic through his 810. We tried a couple different cabs, but it's instantly like, oh yeah, that is what Todd is used to playing, right? So that's basically his live rig. And then I have a third channel, which I used, I think, in a little orange Dark Terror, which is just a little micro head. And I use that through a guitar cab to give a little bit of crunch, a little bit of crisp kind of to the details. And then I was also running a fourth channel, which was a Dark Glass Alpha Omega Photon preamp that is kind of, it's a really good, like it's a versatile device that I can use to kind of fill in some holes. So yeah, we basically have a presentation of the DI, the SVT, and the kind of guitar amp, which doesn't have a lot of bass, and then the Alpha Omega. So it gives kind of a palette. I'm all about palettes when it comes to like capturing sounds. Like I shouldn't say I always use multiple mics on guitars, but for heavier music, I'm probably running at least 4 mics, and I do like to keep those tracks with the intention of the mixer, whether that's myself or someone else, having the ability to do some like without EQing, just choose the different palette from those different mics and blend them together. So
Gotcha.
it's kind of like painting. It's like, here you go, Jason. Here's these 4 tracks, and here's how I've kind of like pre-blended them. Take it from there. You can mute one of them, not use one of them. And with the DI, what I always do is get something that's like, there's no compression on that DI track. It's super clean. If anything needs to get changed or altered or reamped or whatever, we can, that can easily be done at any point in the process. And I will say, we blew Todd's SVT during the first bass sessions. It just, the biasing went off, and the tubes were, the whole bias section of the amp died, and we ended up trying to quickly get it out for repairs. So we had to jump to a different amp. We ended up, plugging in a V4. So it's a little stressful. So I was using an Ampeg V4, which is like a 6L6 version of that amp, as opposed to the bigger SVT. And it didn't have quite the same weight, but it was good in its own way. At any rate, we, signed off on it, recorded, I think 2 tracks with it. But then in the final reamping sessions, we went back and reamped like once his SVT had been repaired.
Okay. So let's so that's session 1. I want to know about session 2 a little bit as well. And I got a couple other questions about Todd, but we'll get to those in a second. So tell me about session 2 in October.
Yeah, session 2. I mean, that one was basically kind of, we did a few punch-ins and things like that on the first tracks. Now, I will say, like, the guitar process was interesting on here, because I would say that half of my time working on the tracks was working on Chris's guitar. So Chris would track at home, and he would give me everything he tracked, and I would choose the things. And one of the things that he found really challenging was like not having David Gillis in the band, the Beeve, for that second track. Is he was like now faced with making decisions on what the other guitar would be, and that was new territory in a way. Like, so he really had to, he would often have like 3 or 4 or 5 different ideas for certain parts, like not so much in lead bits, but just in harmonic rhythm tracks, the stuff that makes the song come to life as opposed to just duplicating your rhythms. But
Right.
it was a whole new realm of like, oh my God, I have to like make these decisions. So I would get, he'd record like, so let's say for Todd's tracks, he'd record the second guitar at home. Todd would record here, and then I would comp Chris's parts, and I'd have to listen through absolutely everything, which as an engineer, that's not like, it's actually not time effective, because when I'm tracking a guitar, I'm like highlighting, oh, I love that. And then, oh, here. And I've already like pre-compiled all my options, but here I'm getting the blank slate of like all the takes. And, sometimes I would miss stuff, but also like it's, my brain is going to sleep after 10 takes.
Yeah.
But, and so those were challenges for me that I had to overcome, was just to like really focus. So I had my assistant, Katie Pescatelli, help out with some of the comping to get some initial vibes. And then I would take it from there, because I was still trying to get, a bunch of Todd's vocals tracked and getting bass done and stuff. So there was a lot of stuff. We pretty much kept it to the two of us. But yeah, like a lot of decisions in parts, and going, I'd present it to Chris and he would be like, are you sure about this? And I'm like, partially sure. I mean, I like this for these reasons. And so that's, I would say, as far as guitar goes, yes, I wasn't hitting record on them for the most part, but my creative process was that bounce back of like, what's the best course of action for that second guitar, to bring something interesting to it, but not make it too like, too out there. Like, it has to support the song. And I really think the band was focused on that. But yeah, lots of challenges with the creativity on that second guitar.
Scary. That really is nerve-wracking. I know that, Chris mentioned whenever I chatted with him, which listeners will hear in just a little bit, he found the whole process pretty stressful as well. So I know that it was kind of an anxious feeling for him as well. So thank you for telling me about that version of events, because it was, it sounded just a lot, a lot. Okay,
Yeah.
So did Todd do guitar also? I think Todd played some guitar, right?
Yeah, you bet. Todd played guitar on all of his tracks, which I think were 5 tracks.
Cool. Very cool.
So and then Chris would play a second guitar.
Okay.
So Chris would there were challenges there too, because Todd's writing style and Chris's is actually very, very different in the way they formulate riffs and things like that. So a downside to the guitar is getting tracked at home. And, Chris can tell you why he tracked the guitars at home. It's interesting to me as kind of like, that's how we're doing it. So I'm an observer, but also I'm like, hey, here's our deal. We're going to take it from there. Right. So sometimes those riffs wouldn't be matchy. And there'd be like these little things that are different. And so then those things add to the stress, because then retracks are in order. And, I'm used to like turning up guitar 1 and going, oh yeah, okay, we need to just tweak these notes here. And then we move on, we get that part and go. So this kind of added a layer between everything. So then I'd have this big spreadsheet of like, here's things we need to, take a look at, because I'm not comfortable with this, and then man, in the process, just with that amount of material, like to listen through and, limited time to do it, I would miss things too, and I'm like, okay, I didn't, I'm very good at looking at waveforms and going like, okay, these are exactly the same, but there'd be like a different note on one of the takes that I maybe didn't catch. And then it created a whole, like, Chris was like, well, but you didn't listen to everything. And I'm like, oh my God, like, I thought I did. But, being one of the, 200 million ADHD members of society, it's an ask.
Yeah. Oh boy.
And I'm not
Okay.
perfect.
Well, okay, let's talk about October. So the band does some stuff in July and August. They finish up these batch of songs, and then they come back. Is that how it went?
Yeah, so we had like initial, I would say in the first session, we had both Todd's tracks, bass for all of them, drums all comped, Chris's initial comp on tracks, and then he was working on vocals in that time in between. Okay, that was the first session. And then in the second session was basically comping like crazy vocals. So I comped all the vocals. and, you know, presented them and went through them, etc. And then the first guitars, there were some recomps, tracking of second guitars, recomping all those guitars, tracking bass and drums for the second batch of songs, tracking all of Todd's vocals, and then, you know, retracking guitar one bits and things like that. And then doing all the, like doing a whole bunch of harmonies, which we probably did about 75% in studio. We were like really pushing the end of the session at that point. So they were able to do some more of that stuff at their place, at Chris's studio. And then obviously lots of reamping, and then leads and specialty stuff that we did. And the reamp was, the way the whole thing was done is we had to curate kind of a guitar DI setup that was like, okay, for sure this is the way to do it. And for people that don't know, when you're DIing guitar to reamp, there's layers of separation between the performance, the initial performance, and then how that electronically is creating like the sound when it comes around. So when you're DIing, you can't just go like, I'm going to get exactly the same sound I'm hearing right now, because the impedances change even with different DIs and different processes. And as we discovered with different cable lengths and all sorts of things. So I'll just kind of jumping back to session one of the goals was curate a guitar DI setup that Chris is 100% confident on, that he can just move ahead and track guitars. All right. Mm-hmm. So we put that together in the studio. We try a bunch of options. I think we settled on a Neve Portico 2 channel strip for the DI. We were also auditioning like an FM9 box. There was, we were trying Avalon preamps for the DI, and each one of them changes the tonal cast that comes back to the amp just slightly, but the Portico felt like the most familiar to Chris. And so we put together this, okay, you're good to go, right? So he took it to his home studio, and while I'm like tracking Todd, I get a text and it's like, something's wrong with the DI. It doesn't sound right. Like, can you come down and check it out? So I'm like, jump in the car, drive over to Chris's place, and we're looking at this, and it does not sound the same. And it sounds like there's a blanket over the tone, and we're like, what the hell? So we package it up, we bring it back to Private Ear, and we're testing it here, and there's no blanket. It's fine. And we can A/B the tracks. And obviously, like if it's like tracking with your tone halfway down on the guitar, you're not going to get the performance, the harmonics are not coming through. Like, what could be going on, right? And what we established after like 2 hours of stress was that the cable that he was using at home was causing and it wasn't a malfunctioning cable, it was a good quality cable. But the guitar patch was causing the tone loss. Wow. And we've, of any band that I've ever had to like kind of find these little minutiae that absolutely would not have been a minutia at all. Like, it would have been a deal breaker. We would have had to retrack all the guitars. Like, it would have been crazy. So that's a big deal, right? Now you've spent like 150 hours tracking guitars or whatever time he needed, and now you have to redo it. Like, it's unimaginable. And that's a lot of energy, right?
So, oh my God.
So, back on Victory Lap, we were discovering different speaker cables, like amp to speaker, were causing like substantial differences in tone. Not necessarily, deal breakers, but like, no, that particular cable, it sounds like a little bit like this, and the other one sounds like, we had to make all these decisions, right? So with this DI process, man, he ended up just taking the cable that we were using at the studio here, which wasn't like some $600 cable. It was like probably an $80 high quality gold connectored Amphenol cable. But the biggest thing is the cable length. So he had a 15 that he was tracking at home, and and we were using a 10-foot at the studio, and that literally made the difference. And I mean, I often run a 20-foot cable into a pedal board that has like 15 pedals on it, and then into amps, and I'm just like, whatever, sounds great. But now you're like 10-foot cable to the DI, and it's totally not going to work. Or sorry, the 15.
Crazy.
Yeah, it's insane.
Crazy.
And I believe that has to do with it. There's different things going on in the bounce back of impedance between a guitar and a DI versus a guitar and the amp, if you're dealing with the amp directly. So it's like all these things, you got to get them right. Otherwise, you're just going to waste a ton of time. So we were able to figure that out and move on. But that was one of those like moments where it's like, okay, everything is now like heightened in its kind of stress level.
What's terrifying because Chris had an arm injury as well that he was dealing with
Yep.
and leading up to surgery. So there's a significant time crunch on things having to be done. Otherwise, the lead guitar player who wrote all the songs being tracked can't play guitar for months, you know?
Yeah.
Scary. Okay, let's talk about session 2. Tell me about October.
Yeah. So again, dialing in the next batch of songs. So what I had to do was basically we wanted to keep the drums exactly the same. And I'm like, I do records like all different ways. Sometimes there's different drums on every song or whatever. But for a record like this, like we had a pretty intensive setup on George's kit. So what I did at the end of August is documented it super carefully. All the hardware, I run signals through each piece of gear, make sure we're getting the same levels back, take photos of everything. And then basically like I left striking tape on the floor for like a month and a half in between
Sweet.
sessions. Like, so every room mic had its place, we could get back and that wasn't, it all can be done. It just takes like the decision. Okay, we're going to recall this exactly. So we left George's drums at the studio. We left the same heads on them. We boxed them up, and then we basically unpacked them, set them up, and tracked the second batch of songs. And I don't even think we changed the tom heads. I think they were just sounding awesome. So there was not much to do. And, it was also kind of in this process, I have often in the past had a drum tech. I like having drum techs because then I can just say, make it a little bit more like this, and then I can work on other stuff. But my go-to drum tech was not available for this session, and I'm like, well, we're just going to do it. We're just going to own that ourselves. And George's like, you good? I'm like, yep. So
Nice. What's the songs that you did in October?
okay, let's look at session 2 here.
And I'll see if I can. I have the track list in front of me too, so I'll see if I have to do any point out any notes.
So Fire Season, God of Avarice, Vampires, Prototype, and I don't know if it's called Palette Cleanser.
No, Prototype
think
and
it
Palette
is.
Cleanser are not on the record.
Okay, Prototype is the really different one with kind of the
Stargazing.
Yeah, Stargazing. That's it.
It sounds like 80s, almost like 80s rock. Like
yeah, you bet. That's the one.
Man, what a song! That song shocked me beyond belief. That's like, to me, every record, like the last record, the standout outlier was Lower Order, with the clean guitars, about the animal industrial industry. This one is the massive sonic outlier on this record. Did that one surprise you when it started getting put down on tape?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, definitely. For this one, Chris had a bunch of pre-programming as far as like some of the percussion and other sonic elements. So that one was more of a replacement kind of procedure where we recorded real drums for it. And then we did I don't think we've ever looped drums on a song before, but this one had a certain amount of looping of certain parts just to give it that little bit more mesmerizing kind of 80s feel.
Yeah. Man. And another one that's really, so Chris has 2 songs on this record that shocked me beyond belief. Stargazing and the closer, Someone Needs to Die, but maybe not you. I think that's what it's called off the top of my head. Really slow, really like, it's a very intense build, but it's a very slow song. So that one, the closer and Stargazing, were both complete shocks to me when I listened to it the first several times through.
Yeah. Yeah, that definitely. But I love that also you have those moments on the record where it's like, oh yeah, like Cat Guy, or like you're just there's this familiarity, and then there's creativity that that plays around. And yeah, I hope people love it. It's so funny. I still am listening to it as an early listener. Like I feel like every time I hear it, I feel like, oh my God, I finished this record, 2 months ago, and I feel like I haven't actually absorbed it yet, even though I've heard everything on it 6 million times.
Yeah, man. And there's a couple of Chris vocal lines on the record that I cannot stop thinking about. Whenever he's singing the last song and he does the "creation don't make no trash" line.
Yeah.
Oh my God. And then the other crazy one is in Vampires Are Real. When he snarls, it's like a venom snarl. It's like, "Other times we disappear." And I was like, whoa. Those two particular Chris moments are unbelievable to me. Completely amazing, shocking, surprising, attention grabbing, brand new for me. I was blown away at those two particular Chris vocal moments on the record.
Oh, and comedic. Like I'm hit by the impact of those lyrics, but then I also want to burst out laughing.
Yeah.
And I come from a very from a conservative Christian upbringing as a child. And these things are I would say I was quite sauced for the first half of my life. I was in the sauce. And I say that in just creation don't make no trash, but look at it. It's just.
Oh man, I'm glad that you're still processing everything as a fan and as a listener yourself, even though you freaking made the record. You know what I mean?
I helped make the record.
It's awesome. I mean, it's awesome. Yes. Okay. Fair enough. So so everything's done, right? October, everything's done. You all start sending stuff down to Jason at the blasting room. Tell me about that process of getting everything in order, finalized, so that it can be shipped off to the next stage.
Well, I would say that was actually still October. So we were kind of on this push to get all those guitars, comped. And then the big door closer is the reamp time. Right. So I think it was about a day and a half of reamping where we were curating the tones. So this is where these slightly different kind of, I don't know, I would call them almost less aggressive, kind of old school, very, I don't know. I love different guitar tones than they've done before, but that's where those got kind of finalized and curated. I really enjoyed that process. That's, we basically have all the cabinet options set up in the main studio, and we have our speaker cables through the wall, and we're choosing our heads in here and also pedals and things like that. So we basically lock in our main rhythms, and that's, there's certain things that blend. You don't just necessarily duplicate the same thing. So the right and left channel, those are different guitar rigs. And again, we're thinking of in the past, we'd have David Gillis on the one side, Chris on the other. And, David was an 800, a Marshall 800 player with pretty much just an 800 with a boost, I believe. And then Chris, at least on Victory Lap, he used a Friedman. So we still kind of used that same head, but with some different speaker options. And it's amazing how changing up some of those things. I think we were using Celestion greenbacks on this, as opposed to the more V30 sound that I believe we were using on Victory Lap. Mm-hmm. Those little things really change kind of the sonic palette of those guitar tones. And then guitar 2, we actually used a little plug for Fuzzrocious pedals. We used a pedal called the Lilifella for the rhythm guitar tone, which is basically Fuzzrocious's idea of an OCD pedal. A little bit of a fuzz pedal, but it can be focused with with a Maxon 808 or something, going in, or a Tube Screamer going into it, or I love the Rev Tilt Boost, which has a cut of the low end to really bring those amps alive. So yeah, we're basically, once we established those, then we did We did a third track on a few things, but for the most part, it was a simple, like, left-right guitar setup. And you know what I love about that is just how much personality that comes through. It's not just a wall of sound. It's like, yeah, you can make it sound heavier. You can just like scoop out the mids, the low mids, and just kind of like push it into your ears and be like, hey, we're doing aggression here. But here you get like all the nuances, all the little things, and also like lower gain tones, possibly than they've ever recorded with before.
Yeah. Yeah, the lower gain tone, Chris has been talking about that a little bit on his Patreon. So if anybody out there listening is curious about Chris's commentary, a little bit more on low gain, there's been a little bit of commentary on some Q&A he's been doing on Patreon too, which is cool. Oh, earlier, right when we started, you mentioned a song called The Wild Ride, correct?
Yeah.
I think
so that's
I think that's called, actually, I think it's called Prismatic Spray, and then in parentheses, The Tinder Date.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Where it's almost like Metallica, Black Sabbath, kind of like guitar riffs like that.
Yeah, Todd song, right?
No, it's a Chris song.
Okay, Wild Ride was a Todd song.
Ooh, interesting. Is that there's so
we'll have to brief on some of these working titles. Here, I'll play it for you.
So funny.
Oh, here I got to turn my original sound for musicians on, which apparently wasn't on.
Oh, weird. Oh, I hear myself.
So I was sounding okay even with that setting off. I set it up before the Zoom session. I love that it just turns itself off. Thank you very much, Zoom.
Oh, it sounds great, by the way.
Oh. Do you hear it now?
Yeah.
People cross here in the night.
Yep. Okay, cool. People cross here in the night. I think that is Day by Day.
It should be second last.
Yeah, Day by Day.
Yeah.
Okay, so turn back that setting so that I don't hear myself coming through your speakers.
Boom, fixed.
Okay, sweet. So, JP, are there any really cool like little moments or memories or happy accidents or anything like that that happened during the record that are kind of standout moments for you?
Yeah, that's a good question. I would say, like, I mean, one of the big things for me was just really feeling like Todd's confidence in the studio. In the past, he'd had some negative experiences in the studio where he felt like maybe there was a real time limitation. It's like, hey, just get in there and get this done or whatever. And it caused some traumas of just, so he felt like if he went into the studio, like he was going to screw stuff up.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and this is our third record that we've done together. And I feel like he can confidently just do his thing. And to me, that's like, that feels so great. And I think that comfort level with each of the band members, you know, doing their thing and knowing that I'm on their team and that we're focused. To me, that's like obviously less of a happy accident, but like, I would say other than happy accidents would be some of the tones that we were getting on the guitars. Fortunately, the DI thing wasn't a happy accident. You know, there were some new fills that were done. Like Jord really curates his fills super carefully, and that's something that like I've always appreciated. And for any like prop fans that know the band, like it's not just a 16th note snare fill before, you know, the start of the chorus or whatever. Like he won't do that. If that was coming up, it might be like an hour or two where Jord's going to be like, I got to get something else, something better. And, you know, then we're off for like 2 hours spitballing ideas of, you know, where, you know, while we've done that one would work here, but like, how about something like this? So those are really enjoyable for me because those are each like a micro problem. And I'd say, I mean, he's got 98% of it down like pre-studio, but there's a couple of those, it could be whatever moments that end up like being a lot of fun to try to like pick from the 7 options or whatever.
Well,
another major, you know, okay, we had a great chat one day where going back to like 1996, there was a basement show on McMillan Avenue here in Winnipeg. And there was a discussion that kind of broke out where there was like two sides to this. Like there was, there were definitely some like religious people at the show, but like the prop guys were there. My band was there. My band wasn't actually, like, I was in a metal band called Officer Down, and we were more of like a social justice focus. But at the time, like, we were pretty much all like ascribing to Christianity. And there's this discussion of like, I don't know, the meaning of life or the existence of God or whatever, like spilled out onto the front lawn. And I was like, Chris and I were like looking straight at each other. And he was like, if I had an elf or like a green elf on my shoulder and told you it existed, like, you can't tell me it doesn't exist. In saying like, how can you tell me that God exists, right? And at the time, like, I aspired to prop. You know, I was in a punk band. I'm like, I wanted to, you know, here's like my local hero. Yeah. And we're having this like ridiculous discussion on the lawn, but at the same time, like a pivotal discussion. Do you know what I mean? And I think I'm right, and he thinks he's right. And so we actually, we chatted about it for the first time since then. And we had this great discussion. And I said, like, I wanted to thank you guys for sticking to your guns on things, and for like arguably being one little part of my like unconversion and unalignment, I would say, to those religious structures that like I was very skeptical of, like, even as a young punker, but still kind of like had the locked in belief system from my upbringing. And I just really appreciated that they've always presented something that made me think right from the start, but also like that I had now kind of come to some different, you know, over decades, come to different conclusions, and just that they were a little part of that. And they thought that was like really funny. And like surprising.
Chris was probably like, what are you talking about? Did he remember that?
Vaguely, I think.
Yeah.
It's one of those moments where you're like, did that really happen? Like, were we like arguing about the existence of God? Like, how ridiculous. But at the same time, like, it isn't ridiculous, because when those kind of perspectives are formalized structurally and they become religions, and then religions do certain things and can be incredibly damaging, like, they are important. It's not just about, you know, the belief. It's about how the system is co-opted and designed for different purposes.
What's so crazy too is if I think about my college years, when I was having a lot of conversations like that, like 2002, 2003, I was at a bunch of parties hanging out with like tons and tons of people that if somebody came to me today in 2025 and was like, hey, remember that party we went to at the University of Missouri in 2003 where we talked about XYZ? And I'd be like, what are you talking about? You know what I mean? So some conversations that are so pivotal to some people just get lost in the shuffle for other people, but those moments are so important for somebody else's life that to be reminded of that is always really amazing to me whenever something like that happens for me. Like, I've had people come up to, like, friends of mine who remind me of something that, like, we did in like Europe in like 2004, and I'm like, oh my gosh, and then it just opens up this amazing well of memories, you know what I mean, to kind of reclaim those moments from time.
Yep. And memories, but also like remembering that dialogue is like so very important. Like, even with people that have incredibly different opinions, and it seems to be getting like harder and harder for these. It's like, well, if you don't agree with what someone posted, then you're either the troll or you're just going to pull away from that and stick with your little community. And that's the beautiful thing about how the punk scene has always, at least ideally, has presented a certain amount of like the ability to have opinions, but also obviously it's always going to be curated a little bit, but like, we just need to keep, you know, I was in a dialogue yesterday where I'm like, man, there's this troll is like calling everybody who thinks one thing like a stupid moron. And I just said, like, there's actually educated people on both sides of this. So instead of calling them stupid morons, let's like bring the stuff to the table and discuss it. And there was no interest in that, and it was it ended up just being a bot, actually, which I fairly sure it was. And it's unfortunate. And I'm like, but this wasn't a bot situation on Macmillan. This was like real opinions and the desire to find answers.
Yeah.
Stuff.
Well, and the fact that you've gone on to have this decade plus long relationship with the band at this point across 3 records, and seeing their progression, and then thinking back to those earliest interactions with them in the 90s, how special is that? You know, it's like that's meaning of life stuff, in my opinion.
Yeah, for sure. There's some great memories from back then. I don't know if you ever want to ask Chris about the Coke can, but I don't know if they'll bring that up.
Is it involving nudity at shows?
It is, yeah.
Oh yeah, I've heard those stories. That's good stuff. JP, very cool. Very cool. Thank you for telling me so much detail about the creation of At Peace. The record now being out for listeners, even though we're recording in advance. Very special to have the story of the production and the creation of the record with all the little nuanced gear details. It's kind of like an oral history of the record. That's kind of what I'm hoping to bring to listeners with regards to that. Is there any other detail that's in your mind that you haven't said that you feel like you absolutely must put on the record before we bring this in for a landing?
I think we're pretty good.
Amazing. Well, John Paul Peters, Private Ear Recording, Winnipeg, Manitoba. Thank you so much for hanging out with me again to chat about working with my favorite band in the world. Means a whole lot that you're here, and my best to Vanessa as well. So thank you so much for rejoining me for the podcast.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me on, and it's always great to chat with you.
Just how wide I've had to figure shit out my whole life by myself. I say it's cool as fucked up.
Chris, welcome back to Unscripted Moments, a podcast about Propagandhi.
Thanks, Greg. Nice hat.
Thank you very much. We are wearing matching hats of the Toronto Maple Leafs out there for folks who can't see us because we're obviously in an audio format here. But Chris, it's great to have you back on the podcast. It's been since November of 2022 when we collaborated on a 9-song discussion over A Catastrophic Break with Consensus Reality. So it's nice to have you back after a little gap. Much has transpired in those days. Tell everybody out there what you got going on lately in Propagandhi world.
Well, we made a new record, and it'll be out, or it's out now. And yeah, we'll see what the fallout from that is.
Fabulous. Well, it's called At Peace, and people listening, that's obviously we're recording this before the record comes out, but this will be out on the release day of May 2nd, 2025. I'm really excited to do this episode with you. Before this conversation, people heard from JP Peters, who worked on the record in Winnipeg. And then after this, people are going to hear from Jason Livermore, who mixed and mastered the record in Colorado. So I have you sandwiched in between sort of a production and creation episode of the record that I'm looking at. And since you did so much of the recording yourself, that's where I wanted to have this conversation with you, so we can kind of tell the linear story of the record. So I want to hear about before you go to your house for recording. Tell me a little bit about your experience in the studio with Jord, Todd, and JP. Tell me what's going on before you do guitars and vocals at home. What was your experience like?
My experience in the studio was primarily during drum tracking. And at that point, you're kind of there just enjoying. You're trying to just enjoy the moment because you're not actively stressing about recording yourself. You're, in my case, Jordan and I collaboratively decide on tempos, and I generally create tempo maps that he plays to in the studio, and then we collectively sit there and sort of, I guess, examine and approve approaches to the drum recording. And then once George gets going, we just sort of we sit back and enjoy his playing, and that's kind of the most relaxing part of the process, perhaps, from my perspective. So that was basically my time in the studio.
Okay. Were you involved in Todd's bass tracking at all in the studio too?
I think when he started his bass tracking, I started taking George's finished drum tracks and started putting guitars on them. At the time, thinking I'm going to save some time, and in the end, it did save time. So I was starting to do the left-hand channel guitars, for example.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, this is great. This is great. We've kind of like, we figured out what I'm going to play in the left-hand channel in the practice space, and then we'll figure out all together in the studio, when I'm recording the right-hand channel and the solos, and that'll be, I was really excited for that. And, but it turned out I had to do the second guitar on my own and my vocals as well, in my house.
So that sounds like one of the weirdest recording experiences imaginable, because you did it in a couple of chunks as well, where you did some summertime recording, some October recording, right? Like, this is like kind of a bizarre approach for you guys, if I'm reading this correctly.
It's not completely foreign to what we've done. Like in the past record I was happy to do a lot of I was happy to do my vocals on my own. But I do like the collaborative effort when it comes to putting more vocals on top of that, or I like having feedback from other people while I'm recording a second guitar part. And that was absent this time, but yeah, we did. I think why we did the drum tracking the way we did was we thought that would relieve some pressure. We can concentrate on maximize, say, 5 or 6 songs in August or whenever we started, or July, I can't remember, and then set those aside from everyone's mental space, go back to the practice space, work on 5 or 6 others, like get them just exactly where we want them, and then just concentrate on those. It seemed like a good idea, and it was unfolding like a good idea, until we ran out of time. It seemed like, oh fuck, this wasn't a good idea. Oh well.
So did you like Jord's AOT kit with the smaller cymbals? I know there was a lot of gear switching around for Jord's performances. We talked about that last time Jord was on the podcast a little bit. How did you like that?
I think it was good. It was interesting, and I think it translates into the record sounding a little different, which is important to me, that sonically some things need to sound different. And the smaller cymbals, which I think is a very good idea live.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't, by the end of the recording process, I wasn't as jazzed on using the smaller cymbals on the record. I felt like, although I should step back and say, I feel like in the overall mix, it really left a lot more room for other things. But what I'm used to hearing from Jord, it was a little bit of a culture shock when the mixes started coming back in, and I was like, fuck, the cymbals are there, probably at a reasonable level, but it's not what I'm used to hearing. And I had sort of a little bit of buyer's remorse at that point, but I've kind of acclimatized to it now, and I think critically, Jord hasn't indicated that he's disappointed in how they turned out. That was my worry. Once we had everything recorded, I was sending it down to Jason Livermore, and I was hearing the raw tracks by themselves. I was like soloing, the overheads. I'm like, fuck, these cymbals are quiet. I'm probably again within tolerance of the average record, but I was worried we went too far. But nobody else has indicated that they share, that they at any point they shared that concern. So good.
Interesting. Okay, cool.
So
So Todd is in the studio at the same time as you're at home. He's doing bass and you're doing guitars kind of at the same time.
Todd was doing bass. He did his vocals in the studio with JP, and he was doing on a couple tracks. He played second guitar on Guiding Lights,
Oh, cool.
on Fire, maybe mostly his songs.
Oh, cool.
I can't, I'd have to go look at the sessions right now, but he played second guitar or like little bits and pieces on most songs. So he was doing that in the studio as well. While I was doing stuff at home.
Yeah. Well, I know that, you originally intended for Beeve to be on it a little bit and for Sulin to be on it a little bit. And I know that Sulin is on there a little bit, but Beeve is not, unfortunately. That's just kind of the way the process worked out. But did you have any commentary on the involvement from Sulin at all?
I wish there was more. I wish there was more. Like there was, like, I think Sulin is also trying to blaze their own musical path, and they were right in the middle of making their own record.
Yeah.
And it was difficult to, like, when I first said, Sulin, you got to play guitar on these songs, and I think there was a bit of a misunderstanding between Sulin and I, where I was thinking they would be playing, like a full-on rhythm track along with my guitar. But in Sulin's mind, they were thinking they were adding atmosphere.
Sure.
And so when I got back Sulin's first tracks, I was like, oh, okay. So, I mean, this is very cool, but it's now I have to play the second rhythm guitar. And then by the time they submitted their second interpretations for a song, we were already like, Livermore's waiting for the mixes had started. And okay, well, fuck, now we're fucked. It just didn't, it was it felt like a crazy time in the latter half, right before mixing, right before my shoulder surgery. Like I had to get the guitars done because I was not going to be able to play guitar for months.
Right.
And then Epitaph also had a deadline if we wanted the record to come out in a reasonable time period. Like if we didn't make it, we were looking maybe at fall of 2025, which is like, fuck, that's too long.
Yeah.
So there was just like a real convergence of time crunches. But it's all fine,
Yeah.
It's all fine.
For sure. Well, tell me about that experience of being in your basement, doing the guitars, doing the vocals, like all by yourself, because for me, I would thrive with immediate feedback, but when no one else is there, that seems like it would be hard to get. So what's that like for you? Because I know you've done that a lot in the past and you work pretty comfortably with that, but I mean, for me, that would be a pretty isolating and lonely feeling.
Yeah, there was some of that. Like, again, I don't mind doing the lead vocals completely on my own. I feel like I know how to do that. I know what I want. I know what I'm listening for on the main vocal. And I'm good at it. So I wasn't uncomfortable with that. And I was expecting to do that to a large degree. Although I also like, I like doing it with other people collaboratively as well. But guitar wise, especially second guitar wise, I felt so scattered with the time pressure and trying to keep Sulin in mind. Like, what would Sulin like to play here? Well, not even in terms of technically what they might prefer. Like, aesthetically, what might Sulin do in this section? And I was like, I don't know. Sometimes I don't know. But what do I like? And what are Todd and Jord gonna like? And we just weren't set up where I could get that instant feedback. So I was like, just throwing stuff at the wall and hoping people would like it. And I think overall people thought what was happening was cool when they finally heard it. But with the time crunch, it's like they better like this. Like I'm feeling a lot of pressure to get, I have 2 guitars to do. I have these lead vocals to do. I have to do the whatever backup vocals. I'm gonna have to figure that out. I just felt like I felt pretty stressed.
Yeah, I can't imagine.
But, I felt more stressed probably than I've ever felt recording. But sometimes I always feel there's always going to be some stress in trying to finish a record. So
yeah, well, that does sound a little jarring. Let's talk about something fun. Tell me about the gear rundowns. What did you use? What are listeners hearing on these records that you personally use for like a gear list?
Okay, on the left-hand channel, I have a Friedman. It's called a BE100 amp, and I got that because on the last record, I borrowed our friend Doreen Preston's Friedman BE100, and I thought it really sounded cool. So I got one of my own that I thought even sounded better, and used that on the left channel. Just basically plug, as far as I can remember, I just plugged straight in. Although I should say it was plugging straight in from a reamp signal. So at home I was recording with a DI and then using like a Fractal Audio FM9 to generate a sound that was close to my Friedman, low gain and just something that was going to resemble what the final guitar tone would be. And then we plugged straight in from that DI into the Friedman, and that's the left-hand channel. And then the right-hand channel, we tried this, a Marshall JMP, like this vintage amp. And on that one, there's a little tiny fuzz pedal. We weren't using it for fuzz. It was more just for drive to the JMP. And that was also a reamp. What happened there though is when Jason Livermore got the tracks, he was like, guys went too far with the low gain. Like I think we need a little more out of this. So he ended up reamping it through a combo of I think a JMP, a Rev generator, probably a, what's the name of that company? Fuck, I can't remember. Bogner, some sort of Bogner amp. And he tried to like capture the spirit of what we had put there, the guitar tone we had put there, but just kind of notched up a bit in terms of how it would cut through. And I thought it lost a couple of vibes in that process, but it also overall gained a vibe that I was like, okay, I hear what you're saying. Like things sound a little more cohesive when we're at full blast. So ultimately it all worked out, and it just getting there was kind of chaotic.
What kind of guitars did you and Todd play?
I played my my usual Gibson SG. For I think all the guitar tracks. Yeah, I think all my guitar tracks. And then Todd played on one song for the second guitar, Guiding Lights. He played a 7-string that Beeve built.
Rockin'.
I think that's what he did. Yeah,
that's great.
Yeah, and then he has like, I can't remember the name of the company, but John Petrucci plays these guitars. He has one of those, and he played that on a song or two, I think. And then he used my guitar on another song, I think. Yeah.
Nice. What's your vocal mic recording setup at home?
Well, my typical setup is a SM7B, but I did a little shootout at home I have a U87, a Neumann U87, but JP had this mic. It might be called, company might be called Sound Deluxe or something. I'm not sure, but it was like an imitation of a U67, a Neumann U67, and it didn't necessarily sound better than the U87 or the SM7B. It just, in the moment, how I heard my voice reacting to it in my ears felt more, it was more a performance thing than the sonic quality. They're all equally great mics for vocals, but it was just, that was the one that performance-wise felt the best.
I'm amazed the sounds that you're able to get out of that little space in your basement whenever you do vocals, because it's just a normal room with like normal drywall and sheetrock, you know? It doesn't seem like it's like, decked out like any kind of studio with special acoustics or anything.
Yeah, I think he can make good recordings in any space.
I agree.
Depending on where you put the mic, and if the source material is decent, the source is good, then you're pretty much home free. And sometimes sometimes a room that's not acoustically perfect or sympathetic, maybe you get something that sounds a little more interesting.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so it's been 8 years since Victory Lap. What are some of the biggest areas of growth or, proudness that you have for yourself as a performer, as a writer, as a band? What are some like general takeaways that you're feeling good about in like areas of growth?
What I think on this record in the practice space, it was our first time ever consciously trying to make sure the songs didn't sound frantic. In the past, we've always put a real premium on we want things to sound almost out of control, and usually we do that by jacking up tempos to a point where maybe you gain a sense, the frantic sense, but you lose a bit of groove or something. And this record, we really, we went out of our comfort zone on tempos where we'd pull stuff back. We'd be playing it at a certain tempo, and we'd say, well, let's try it a little slower. And then we were like, okay, let's go even slower. And it was like,
yeah,
whoa, what's going on? Is this too slow? But we kind of committed to that, the spirit of that. And, that's probably the biggest change, in terms of songwriting, is not to rely on, speed to impart this sense of, energy to the songs.
Yeah. I've said this many times publicly as a fan of the band, but I think that Cutting to the Earth from Potemkin City Limits, which is a slower song, is arguably one of the most impressively recorded and performed Propagandhi songs. So for me, I am all about that. I have just really embraced that kind of tempo shifting stuff as I've gotten older. So I, for one, am very excited about those details. So I just wanted to say that for the record, that I think that's great.
Cool.
So do you have any, special little anecdotes from the studio experience that are like funny or interesting that really 30 years from now, you'd be like, oh man, remember when we were in the studio doing At Peace and we were like, this happened? What is anything like that may spring to mind, that may linger with you for like the rest of your life?
Well, I mean, it's not particularly exciting, but it just refers back to this conscious collective decision to ease back on tempos, to turn things down, and try to find the essence of the song without volume, speed, extra gain, yeah, I'm kind of drawing a blank on actual studio anecdotes, maybe because I've tried to block some of that out.
Well, Chris, I'm really stoked about the record. I'm just delighted that you were willing to hang out and talk about some gear, talk about some writing experiences, talk about, the kind of the stressful and frantic nature of it. But I mean, the results speak for themselves. Y'all came through with an absolute banger for everybody, and we are very grateful for your music over the years. And I'm really just grateful to you for continuing to, come on the podcast once in a while and tell the listeners about what's going on in your world. It means a lot. So thank you so much for being here and talking production with me today.
Cheers, Greg, and vice versa. Obviously, we really appreciate the unbelievable time and energy you've put into this project.
I am at peace days. Give and take a fit of blinding rage.
Jason Livermore, welcome back to Unscripted Moments, a podcast about Propagandhi.
Hi, how you doing?
Excellent. Thank you, Jason. It's been a couple years since you were here. We talked a little bit in the aftermath of the release of the remixed and remastered Today's Empires, Tomorrow's Ashes. I think we talked in 2021, maybe early 2022. But if anybody out there listening wants to go back and hear that first conversation with you, it's a real good one because you talked about your entire history of working with Propagandhi. And so we're back because there's a new Propagandhi record and you are involved. Please tell me when you started hearing word about working on the new Propagandhi record at Peace.
Oh, geez. Probably the beginning of last year, maybe. I think Chris texted me at some point in the beginning of 2024 and said, "Yo, J-Man, are you up for another?" I think was the gist of it.
Yeah.
And my answer was always, So, that's when he talked to me originally. Kind of gave me a few updates here and there as things progressed, and I think we kind of locked down some sort of like November. Maybe it was like November that got pushed back to December because everybody's always late.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that was about the timeline of how things originated. Yeah.
Great. When did you start? Did you hear anything? Did you start hearing any music from them at all, or was it all a complete surprise until they started sending in like the finished tracks from JP? Did you hear any demos or anything like that?
No, I didn't hear anything. Right before I was supposed to start mixing, Chris had been asking me questions about the guitars, like maybe a month before. Hey, if we don't like the guitars, can we fix the tones, kind of stuff? And I'm like, yeah, no problem. As long as you track DIs and we can do whatever. So that was kind of in the back of his mind, but I don't know, maybe a few days or something before they were going to send him off, he texted me and he was like a little concerned. He's like, "Hey man, yeah, well, we went over the album last night and we checked it all out and we're not real sure if it's as good as Victory Lap was." And I was like, "Oh, okay. Well, send me what you got and I'll let you know, And he sent it over and the music was all there. The recording was good, but maybe was a little different than Victory Lap was. When Victory Lap came in, it sounded really, really good. This sounded like a little bit more raw than that did. So I wasn't put off or scared by that at all, because that's what I do is take things and try to make them better. But they were concerned. They get concerned sometimes, and so I had to put him at ease. No, we'll fix all this. And then he told me what he had concerns with. And one of the things was they had, and they did this on Victory Lap too. They reamped the guitars after Chris had recorded them, changed the tone. If you're not familiar with what reamping guitar means, so you take a direct signal out of the guitar itself. So you have like basically what sounds like an acoustic guitar on a track, and then you can play that track out through a real guitar rig, like as if you were playing live, and change the tone of it, get a new sound.
Wow.
So he wasn't real sure about some of the guitar tones that they had gotten, and I was in agreement with them that they were maybe a little bit too they had different tones, but one of the tones I didn't like that much. I thought it was too clean for what they were going for. So I told him we would reamp him. One of my guys here, Colton Crone, he's a guitar genius. He said, "Oh yeah, let's do it." So we hooked up a few different amps. I can't remember exactly what they were. It was a Marshall of some sort. And I know we used a Rev, which is a Canadian amp company that Colton here is buddies with. I think he may even be endorsed by them. But I told Chris, and Chris was like, "Oh yeah, those guys are right down the street from me." I was like, "Oh wow, that's cool. Well, I guess tell them we're using their amp."
Nice.
So so we reamped one of the guitars while listening back to some of their older material to make sure we're in the ballpark and it kind of achieved what I thought it needed to achieve. And I'd send that over to Chris, and he was stoked. So we just kept going with that.
Nice. Yeah, I know that the recording process for guitar was very stressful for him. He and I chatted on this for this episode. He's before you, and listeners can kind of read between the lines that he had not a great time. It sounds like doing guitars. Just a lot of stress, a lot of deadlines. He mentioned he was dealing with a shoulder injury and he was doing all the guitars at home by himself. So it sounds great that you were able to help him out so much, because it probably made him feel a lot better about the process after it was all said and done.
Yeah, no, I think that he puts trust into me to, make sure whatever they're doing is going to work out the way they want. Mm-hmm. So that's nice. It puts him at ease, and it puts me at ease that knowing that, that he's like letting me do my thing. So I'm just free to do my thing instead of second guessing what I'm doing. Oh, is he going to like this? Is he going to like that? Just do what you think is right. And then like your best work usually pops out,
Yeah. So, this is a different process for you. You didn't track this record. I know that you guys tracked down at Blasting Room for supporting Caste, 15, 16 years ago at this point. But for the last three, you've done some various work on the last three now. But how do you get all of this stuff from Privateer to Blasting Room? Like, how does all that transferring work for all these files? Because there's so many pieces. I'd be so afraid that something would get lost in the shuffle,
Oh, yeah, well, sometimes it does get lost in the shuffle. Essentially, JP and Chris, whoever was like fully in charge of like accumulating all the stuff they had and put it into one session, would just put it in a folder and put it up on Dropbox, and I would download it from Dropbox. And from there, I have guys that work with me that take that and sort of make sure everything seems copacetic, and then they prepare the files for me. I have like, when I'm mixing, I like to see things laid out in a certain manner, which I'm familiar with, so I don't have to like think about files. I can just think about music. So I have guys that do that. They put the drums in the order that I want, the bass, put everything in the order that I want, make sure it's all there. And if there's a question, hey, this song doesn't have a guitar on the right channel, or something weird, then I'll be like, hey Chris, what happened here? And I'm like, oh shit, let me look on the file and something happened, so things will happen sometimes where something gets lost in the shuffle. But after, even if it makes it through my mixing process, I'll send it to Chris and I'll be like, oh no, that was the wrong track that I sent you, or something, so we'll have to redo it, and it all gets ironed out. But essentially that's kind of the process.
Yeah. So as a drummer, I'm very curious about your thoughts on the drums on this record because it doesn't sound like the drums on any other Propagandhi record. JP and I talked about it, Jordan and I talked about it, like the drum selection with the wood hoop AOTs and the smaller cymbals. There's a lot more space on this record to me for other stuff besides drums. Tell me what your thoughts are on the drums in general.
I mean, honestly, I didn't notice that too much. I'm too busy like air drumming to George's amazing fills, you know, like whenever he's got a I got to turn that thing up to 20, you know. Yeah. So like that's the shit that I get stoked on is when George's like just ripping, you know. Yeah, and he's always ripping. So I didn't notice like a crazy change per se from that respect. I mean, I know that the drums, they sounded a little different. They were a little darker tonality wise. And they weren't quite as like bombastic as the last record, if you will. Like they're slightly more natural when they came to me. I tried to blow them up a little bit. You know, I want everything to sound like bigger and better than it really is, you know? So yeah, I didn't put my finger on that quite like that way, you know, like as of those guys who are sitting there making decisions on different drums. Oh, this is going to be this way, you know, this is going to be that way. For me, I just get it in and just go, oh, I want it to sound like this. And then I start doing my, you know, my stuff, my EQ, my compression, and it kind of ends up how it comes out of my brain, regardless of how it started, you know, unless it's really far off.
Yeah, did you notice that there's a lot of differences with regards to like some new musical territory for the band? Because to me, this record doesn't sound like any of their other records. There's a lot of like way different pacing and tempo wise. It feels like new musical territory. Does that feel like that to you at all as a fan of the band, but also somebody who's worked with them for 20 years?
No, I definitely noticed. And I don't mean this as like a slight at all, but there's not like a hit per se, it's not like as poppy. They're not poppy, but you get what I mean. It was just not like a hit. They're more like all really excellent album tracks, if you will, like more. And the biggest thing I noticed is there's like, I think half of the record has Todd songs, and usually he's limited to like 3 or 4. I don't want to say limited, but you know, he usually has like a third of the album, and this is definitely, he's got half the album. Mm-hmm. And his songs usually have sort of they have a different vibe, but even for him, his kind of are different from each other. There's an oddball there. Chris has got kind of like an 80s-esque sounding song on there. And then there's a few on there that sound like straight up 80s metal, you know, like Dio wrote them or something. Like,
yes.
And they all kick ass, you know, so what you're saying is like, there are a few different genres, if you will. The record does have a very heavy theme to it, though, you know, lyrically, and just the way the songs hit you. It's pretty heavy.
Yeah. The Dio reference is wonderful because there's a song in there called Prismatic Spray, the Tinder Date.
Yeah, that's the first song that I mixed, and that's that's probably my favorite one.
Dude, that's my favorite Chris song on the record as well. Is that one?
My favorite one. Yeah.
Well, I'm glad that our favorite one mutually for Chris is not the lead single, because to me, At Peace is the song that is most familiar to long-term Propagandhi fans. If you're familiar with the modern era of Propagandhi, like from Empires on, I feel like At Peace is going to be the most recognizable and immediately digestible song for you.
Right.
And the rest of it is going to be a lot of new territory for listeners, which I'm stoked about because I don't want to hear the same thing over and over.
Totally. No, the Tinder Date song is kind of like an extension of Victory Lap. Like, you know, like, yes, this thing fucking rips, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. So what about Todd's vocals to me are very new as well. His vocal delivery is very smooth, very silky. It's almost like he's singing for like a clean metal band like Catatonia or something like that. Tell me what your thoughts are on Todd's vocal performance this time around.
I loved him. I thought and I don't know if this is true because I haven't spoken with him, but it sounded like he took like vocal lessons or like or something. You know, he put more energy in his life to hone the craft of singing. You know, singing more than like just straight up screaming, which I thought sounded killer. And Todd is usually the one who's seemingly the most particular about the way the vocals in their songs are presented. I'll do them how I think they need to be done. And sometimes he'll come back and go, you know what? We don't need that delay on this voice, or, you know what? We don't need this reverb. Like it's fine how it is, you know, and he wants to keep things pretty true sounding. Not say, let's say overproduced, if you will. But this time he has like these kind of grandiose, you know, sort of Dio-esque metal songs. And so we were experimenting. I mean, it's not like crazy amounts, but with reverb and whatnot on his vocals. So he was particular about how much reverb in what spots that he wanted things. And, you know, so that was kind of fun, you know?
Yeah. Something I commented to Todd in a private message between he and I told him that I appreciated his vocal performance a lot on this record because it's not like other records. And he mentioned specifically that he felt less competition with the drums, as the volume of the drums and the cymbals. He said that he feels that the smaller cymbal size was nice because his vocals didn't have to compete while he was recording with them. So there's definitely a lot of new stuff that I think they experience as a band on this record process.
Right. That's cool.
How much are you able to internalize and enjoy what's happening as somebody who's also working on the record, right? Because this is a job for you. So are you able to sit there and enjoy what's happening, or is it like a very professional thing where you are just in the zone professionally, or are you also able to appreciate what's happening? Because you're like the second or third person who gets to hear this stuff in the whole world. Like, what's that like for you as far as like enjoyment versus the work?
I think the enjoyment for me comes after it's closer to completion. You know, when I get it, it's not like I'm turning off my emotional brain, you know, and just being a scientist about it, but a little bit like, in order to things to sound the way that I expect them and others expect them to be, I sort of have to be, you know, okay, this is how loud this goes, and this goes this loud, and that goes that loud. And, you know, so I get that going. And then after it's, you know, honed in, then I may just sit there with my eyes closed and just see how I feel, you know, like how am I feeling like now? Like, no, this isn't right, you know, whatever. And then you go back to nitpicking or whatever. Then it becomes a back and forth with the band after that about, you know, this up, this down, blah, blah, blah. But generally, like what you're saying about enjoyment, that comes afterwards. Like on the way here, like I put the record on and I listened, you know, I couldn't listen to the whole thing, but I listened to a lot of it. And, you know, and that's when you're just, yes, you know, like this kicks ass, you know? Yeah.
Man, tell me about, you know, that 80s song you mentioned, Stargazing.
Yeah.
Brand new territory for the band. It's like Rush, Bruce, like it's great stuff. Tell me about, and also like Tina Turner, like it feels so dancey. Tell me about your thoughts on that song, because I love that one.
You know, when I heard it, I was kind of like, "Wait, is this for Chris's Patreon?" You know, like I was like, "Is this song? Did I get sent this song by mistake?" You know, but I love it's a killer song, and I got into the mood of it and sort of leaned into like, I'm like, this is kind of an 80s song. I'm going to lean into this and sort of give it some extra production, you know, spruce to it. And Chris was totally stoked on it. I mean, you're right. It's totally different than anything they've done, but it kind of struck me in the same way as the first time I heard Zookosis, you know, where I was like, oh, wow, this is kind of a different thing. It's more mellow, and I don't know if it's introspective, you know, but it's not just like I'm out there, I'm angry at the whole world as much, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I loved it. I thought it was cool. I'm curious to see how other people, you know, will dig it.
Yeah, and another outlier for me that's really brand new is the closer. Something Needs to Die, but maybe not you. I can't remember the title off the top of my head, but it's a very bizarre one where Chris has that almost that snarled line of "Creation don't make no trash." Dude, another wild one. I just think it's so cool how much is new on this.
Right. No, you're totally right. besides like the songwriting, and this isn't new for them, but I think it's been perfected with age, is that Chris is, like you mentioned Todd's vocals, but Chris's vocals to me, man, he sounds like a king. Like his vocals are just regal. Like he's just up there like, yes, I am going to tell you how it is, with this just rich, deep, lush voice. And it's like, that's what really gets me a lot of times. I'm like, oh my God, this sounds so good. Your voice sounds so nice,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and Todd's as well, like you're saying, it's like, but Chris is really, he's got his delivery dialed.
Yeah, it's a really vocally special album. And I really hope that listeners and fans of the band go with the band on this journey. Like, I'm almost terrified that it's going to be like how Potemkin City Limits was like so new and bizarre to fans at the time that people didn't like give it the work that it deserved.
It takes them 15 years to get into it. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't want it to be like that. I want people to go on the journey with the band on this record. So that's why I'm just like really, leading the charge on this, because it's so special. What's the back and forth like during the mixing and mastering process for you? Like, how frequently are you in touch? How much do you have to redo? What's that like?
So I'll get the tracks, and I'll mix it until so for the first song that I mix, generally I'll spend longer on that, because I am trying to, basically figure out how the record should sound, in my opinion. They'd given me rough mixes of what they had, and then I, listen to that and go, okay, that's cool, but here's what I think it should sound like. And so I do my thing, and then I'll take it home. I'll listen to it in my car and be like, oh, this is cool. I think I need to try something different, or I think I need to try this or that. And I may go through 3 or 4 different versions. Like, they're not huge versions, but just different ways you can present the music, and how it impacts you emotionally. And once I get there on my first one, that may take me 4 hours. That may take me 4 days, like to get to where I'm very happy with the first song. Then I'll send it to the guys, and, they'll sit with it for however long they need, and get back with me about changes or just observations, about like the treatments and whatnot. And we'll go from there. And in order to not get too hung up on like that, because you can get really bogged down if you just start nitpicking things, I'll say, okay, that's cool. Like, if they don't completely love it, but like, let me move on to another song. Cause like you're saying, they're all different. And like, let's see if we can stumble or into something that, the longer you work on something, the more you kind of get honed in on it. Then you're just dialed in, and then you figure it out, after a few days. Oh, I know what this needs now. And then you kind of get like 3 or 4 done like that. And then it would be like, okay, yeah, we love this. But like on this song, we like that you made Chris's voice loud on this first one, but this one, we want his voice, tucked into the music just a little more, to feel the energy of the music more, that kind of stuff. So it's almost after I get into it and we get into it, it's daily. I'll do like 1 or 2 songs a day, send them over. Depending on who's around, who's available, I could get notes immediately. Generally not so much anymore. It'll be the next day or in a couple of days, they'll text me or email me back their changes, and I'll implement them and send them back. That could happen. Like, there could be one where everyone loves it. There's no changes, it's less rare, but, I'm looking at I've got a mix session open and it says version 4. So I made it to 4 versions on one of these songs, probably a few of them if I open it up and look, but it doesn't get up past like, what do I got? Oh, I got one on 7. I got 7 versions of one. Okay. Yeah. 7 versions of one, 6 versions of another, 3 of one, 10 of another. Okay. So it's usually little baby stuff. Like, hey, Todd wants to hear the bass like a little more distorted, okay. And I'll send it to him. Then, a week later I'll be like, I think you went too far, okay. And, I'll undo it. Todd wants, the vocals to be this or that, and they'll take it in, as long as it's not a hard deadline. You have to take it in. Like sometimes your first reaction is just like what you were expecting. And so you just shut it down. So the longer you sort of take it in, you might be like, oh yeah, okay, I get it. Yeah, he was right. Or, so they take it in for a little bit and then give me, like, if it's still just weighing on them, they'll let me know like what changes they wanted.
Awesome.
And we'll just, yeah.
Very cool. What about a mastering chain or anything like that? Any comments on that kind of stuff?
It's basically the same chain that I use for most projects, with the exception of when I do the mixing and I'm mastering, and I end up do a far amount less during mastering because my mixes have kind of already gone through I changed my mixing style from when I used to work on the console, and as soon as I got off the console into my new mastering room, like 7 years ago, I started mixing in the computer. But I'm going through my mastering chain. So I'm sort of mastering and mixing at the same time now. So my mixes are very close to completion. And then I'll just kind of give it one little fine-tooth comb when I'm finished and see if I can eke out a few more percentage points of goodness,
Yeah. How much does the track sequence come into play when you're doing a mix? Does that come in later, or is that do you have any say in that, or is the band deciding along the way?
The band decide. Well, it depends on what my role in the production is. But with these guys, the band decided after the fact. They may have had cards up their sleeve, but I don't think so, because Chris was asking me what the first song should be, and I told him the Dinner Date should be the first song.
Oh, wow.
And he's like, oh, my son said that too. And I was like, okay. And then now it's like, I think song 9 or something. So they do what they do what they want. It definitely, when you're mastering, you have to change the songs then, mostly for volume and tonality reasons, to try to get them to flow into each other without having to reach over and grab the volume knob. How much space you give between them to sort of give yourself some downtime after you've just been bludgeoned for 5 minutes of that kind of thing. Some bands have their sequence ahead of time. Not this time. Yeah.
Cool. So Jason, my last question, my friend Paul, he's an engineer. He's an audio engineer in Winnipeg, and he's curious about glue compressors, and he wants to know if you have any input on glue compressors.
Well, on this record and on a fair amount of records that I do, I'm using an Allen Smart C2 compressor, which is basically like a clone of what's in the SSL console. So on the SSL, there's a compressor built into the board, and you just turn it on and it compresses the whole mix. And since I don't mix on the console anymore, I use that. It's like a clone. And I would say, probably at least 50% of the rock mixers in the world probably also use that compressor since it works so well. But that's what I use on a lot of rock stuff that I do.
Awesome. Jason Livermore, thank you for your return to Unscripted Moments, a podcast about Propagandhi. Thank you for telling me the story of the mixing and the mastering of At Peace. It's a real pleasure to have you and John Paul Peters and Chris Hanna all featured on the same episode to talk about the creation of this record from start to finish, and all of the production and engineering that went into it. It's been a real pleasure, man. Thank you so much for coming back and telling me your story.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Reconvene. Oh yes, I'm ready for it. Bodies shot, dig up my face with a sharpie. Excuse me, sir, this is an